He misses the up B.
Ooh, already you can see Ken trying to get right back to work, but they're in the red. They're in the critical percentages. One solid hit, and honestly, from Ike, nearly every hit is solid, as that will just about do it. It's the up air to get the final stock. Oh, nice forward throw off of the edge. Not going to be able to confirm, though, as yet another final elimination goes the way of iTheta. And if I'm not mistaken, that's 3 up, 3 down. FSU take the dub.
Oh, Helix. I would have liked to see him press that because you can't get that height off the wall, and Mux is going to be able to take advantage of it. And I mean, we've seen flip resets, we've seen ceiling challenges, and we just get the basic old school air dribble to go right into the net. It's going to be Helix with the dribble away. Bumps 11 out of the way as well. That might be a goal. Helix over the top. Great downfield pass, and they're going to take advantage of the space created by this demolition. Able to get that one away. Helix going to get a pass back to the midfield, looking for Pancake. Going for the double tap. Squishy save attempt, not going to be there. Here's Helix off the side, and a forced own goal once again. Concord's going to take the lead. And Pancake's not able to read that as Helix gets a monster dunk here. Can he turn around on it? He can. Helix.
Just realizing this ball's got to go somewhere and always knows. Now Matt Mux down bottom. Oh, brutal right there. Oxygen. Okay.
84?
82. My goodness.
Okay,
I could not have been farther off. Excuse me, folks. Excuse me.
As this one might find the back of the net, and it does again.
Boy.
ET, let's give him 4. You know, we're talking about everything else.
14 seconds, maybe in somebody's dreams. There's another goal down bottom. 7 score differential here.
Zarya choice that V-Snipes is sitting on is going to help bring St. Francis to victory, but already Ohio Northern is going to get into the bases. Millions taking out their counterpart, and Zephyr now looking towards any more targets to be found, but the way they're falling, it's going to be basically just like that. It's already over before it even begins. And they do. Now with 5%, almost everyone in St. Francis caught inside of that Earth Shatter. The Immortality Field may have come up, but the damage, you cannot survive through it. No one able to touch from St. Francis. And Ohio Northern here, Jag is going to take map 1 of Nepal 2-0, 100-0 each round. V-Snipes, put your supports in great positions where they can not worry about damage, but still be able to get the healing. This is crazy from V-Snipes. They wanted to go in and try to meet the amplification matrix, but instead couldn't meet their death, while Harry is having the time of their life on this Reinhardt.
It'd be a whole different sort of fight, but now St. Francis, they're going to try to go for a similar approach, but go a different way. But Harry knows. Harry's able to spear them off the map.
Wow.
Continued chaos.
We're seeing these things really doing the world's work on themselves, but Balder and this overclock 2 already looking to make that 3. Another pick here potentially, really wanted to get rid of V-Snipes, doesn't need the overclock, and now one final target to go. Caro assassinated. Boulders.
For a full one, at the very least, the Lucio trying their best to make it there. I do believe they'll at least get a little bit of a contest. But I mean, you can see where Harry is all the way in the spawn, and there's no more chances for St. Francis. Ohio Northern with a clean 3-0 to send them home with a smile.
We are a day early, but you know it's still gonna be hype. We are here with some ECAC League of Legends action to round out the entire fall season here in 2023. Excited to be here. My name is Orbital. With me is the best minion to ever wander off the rift. It is Random Minion Caster, and we will be your covers, your casters for this broadcast is Columbia College versus the likes of Weber State University. RMC, are you ready?
But I had to be, because these teams were so hyped. They moved it forward a day. Was supposed to be tomorrow was the original scheduled date, but they moved it forward. And so, Orbital, we are indeed ready. This epic story between these two teams. And let's start talking about them, because Columbia College, I don't think anybody's surprised that they're here. In the regular season, they didn't drop a single series. They were first seed coming out, and they've been dominating as they should be. On the other hand, Weber State University, now, they're no slouches themselves, came out third seed. But between first and third, there's another number, Orbital. So it wasn't expected for Weber necessarily to be here in the finals. But they've started their revenge tour just last week against second-seeded Fisher College. Weber State University took them out, started their revenge tour, and they are looking to end that revenge tour tonight with a bang.
And, I mean, that's the crazy part, because, I mean, I had the opportunity to go ahead and cast Weber last week, and it was a series that I could not have expected more at. Like, that was such a fun series, seeing Weber kind of fight tooth and nail to get their angle in, to have that type of reverse sweep action go on, or almost reverse sweep. It's scary to think about coming in here, because even the Columbia College Cougars, they can have a situation occur where in this best of 5, things can go a little bit awry. Now, granted, the paths that they have taken are vastly different. Weber, as we said, 3-2, a little bit of a dicey series. Columbia Cougars, again, they earned their first seed. They 3-0'd the likes of IWU. So if that gives you even a further glimpse into this team and their individuals that have stood at the top here, I mean, I don't know what else will.
Yeah, well, let's add a little bit of icing to that cake, Orbital. The fact that Columbia College, this entire split, has only dropped one game. They haven't dropped a single series, and they've only dropped one game. But Orbital, care to guess who they dropped that game to?
I don't know. Tell me.
The team that's meeting them here in the finals. Weber
State
University was the only team to take a game off Columbia. And in the playoffs so far, Columbia has been undefeated as well. So that's why, Orbital, I'm so hyped. That's why this matchup feels almost destined, because Weber, hey, they were the only team. Fisher didn't actually take a game off Columbia, but Weber did.
And that's going to be very interesting, talking about those lane matchups as well, because that's where it starts, right? You take a look at WSU as well as Columbia College, and these two teams on paper, yes, they might look relatively the same, but the pools that the teams have really brought in are a little bit different. The champion pools, and especially in game 1, we've seen how drastically things can change. I'm extremely interested. My personal take is in that top side, right? Jexors versus Arctic Mist are two players that I'm very interested to watch for. Jexors last time had a very large handle, and why Weber are even here in this grand finals itself, but against Arctic Mist, who is known as that tank specialist, I'm a little bit scared, right? If Jexor cannot get over that hump, cannot get those bruisers in a good position, things are going to go poorly, as I believe we are getting in to draft number 1.
Yep, and now let's talk a little bit about these teams. As you mentioned, your draft Columbia. They are a stock standard team fighting team. You mentioned Arctic Mist and top lane tank specialist, weak side king, CC Pengu, really strong ganker, and then the carries coming from the mid and bot lanes. Whereas Weber, on the other hand, they've got actually 2 top laners. Their mid laner Tibbs is actually more of a top lane player, really. So there's been a bit of flexing around, a bit of role swapping to come through, and we might see some spicy picks. Already the first ban we're seeing from Columbia, that's not a traditional champion we're seeing in a lot of times Ziggs mid. No, this is Ziggs bot aimed at Sendy, whose name I'm not seeing on screen. The team names are right. the player names, we might see them adjusted.
I don't know. I like Toxic. I like Goku. I love these names. Like, I want to cast these ones. I want to say Goku gets a Kamehameha. Please don't ban us for that one. I want to see all this stuff. No, we will get the names changed up. The bans, though, are correct. The Ziggs coming out here is understandable. It's a nice flex that a lot of Weaver likes to run a little bit. The Orianna also makes a lot of sense, right? You take a look at that Orianna, you can't let it go over, especially with the likes of a J4 up. And that's the scary part as well. How are you going to deal with this fact? The Nico still targeted at Tibbs in that mid lane. Columbia know exactly where they want to focus.
Yeah, and if they want to bully out Tibbs a little bit more, so far, Tibbs started the season playing Ornn and Poppy mid.
But as the season has gone on, Tips has switched more towards Nico and Ari. A lot of facilitators, sort of playmakers for this team. So if they want to continue pinching that pool, they could just ban the Ari or potentially let that Ari through and have a counter prepared in that mid lane. Champions like Lissandra can still go a long way towards neutralizing an Ari.
And the fact that we're seeing a lot of these priority carries taken off the table by Colombia, you can see where they're kind of hard focusing, right? Even looking towards that bot lane, Sendy not allowed to have that Varus, which has dominated in a couple varieties. But the Cho'Gath is quite surprising, right? That feels a little bit more unique, but obviously giving a lot of respect over to Arctic Mist in that top side, saying that specific tank we can't give, and we cannot give the roaming power either. Talia is banned away.
That Talia doing double duty, both CC Pengu and Benjamax play that champion, though it is more towards, I think, Benjamax a little bit, the most played champion. And Orbital with that focus, J4, that seemingly omnipresent jungler, which everybody seems to love for his early ganking prowess, for his great setup as well with that Cataclysm, has been locked in for Colombia, and that already sets him up for team fighting. I know that Arctic Myths is more of a tank top laner, but he's also sometimes goes under the name Inferno Myths, and maybe he'll pick an Inferno champion like Rumble to set everybody on fire.
Oh, but now getting into this, I like the answer though. So Silent Lullaby also goes by Zadox, and I know him as Zadox. I cast him a lot, but this Graze was specifically what they used to kind of propel themselves forward in the previous series, in the semifinals. So to lock it in game one, giving a lot of respect there, and also going for a bit of a difference. Tibbs going with that roaming style ability to get in and out of fights. I do like that, but you and I have seen this exact matchup. We felt we knew what was going to come in. The Syndra is such a great answer.
Yeah, and we already talked about the fact that Tibbs, has transitioned to that mid lane role, mostly playing Nico and Ari. So like I said, I think Colombia knew this was coming, had prepared for it. Syndra has a okay laning phase into the Ari, but more importantly, you've got the ability to just one-shot her later on, especially if you have a lead. And with the Graves as well, if you land that stun, there is so much burst power to come through. Interestingly to me, Orbital, Colombia are not sucking their bot lane whatsoever. They've gone for their solo lanes here. Now, they had a counter with the Syndra, and Ornn is a very strong blind pick. He doesn't have a lot of bad matchups. So for Weber though, are they going to match? Yep, they just went with their solo lanes as well. Bot laners have fallen very far down in priority.
I actually like that though. For Weaver, I think it's understood that you do need that matchup to go one way or another, and the Aatrox, it may not be like that. It's a great champion pickup, but in the hands of Jextors, it's more like that we needed comfort. We need that ability to at least match. So at this point, let's go ahead, let's keep that mirrored pick phase going, and then we'll just eat whatever comes in the bot side. And I say eat because that's what they got to do. They're going to eat 4 more bans, whether it be in the ADC role or in that support role. And both teams are going to have to work their way. The fact that you're banning out Xayah on your own side, though, is quite surprising. I feel like you could have let Colombia ban that out instead and try and grab it for yourself in that first round of picks, considering what's coming against you, right? The Syndra, the J4, and the Ornn.
But one thing to note for Paragon, especially on Colombia's side, is throughout the regular season, Paragon split time with Dramatic Saber, and Paragon played 9 games in the regular season. He also played 9 unique champions. So for Colombia, this is this is them saying that we don't care. We're willing to let you pinch that pool because Paragon's got a champion Ocean. We will whip something out in the bot lane. Sendy, on the other hand, a little fewer champions, but still a large pool. There's things like Ziggs, like Lucian, that he's... Oh, sorry, Ziggs not bad, but Lucian's still on the table if you want something a bit more lane dominant. And if we better go for that, we've seen teams, especially towards the end of the season as the meta has changed, win games just off dominating lanes.
And I like the little bit of a shift off, right? Colombia focusing on that support role, saying St. Daniel's actually the main prio in that bot side, which I do give credit for, right? The Rakan in the previous years is really, really good. But now you have a question, right? For Weaver, do you grab your ADC now? There's a very limited pool, right? You could go that Sivir if you want to try and survive towards that mid to late game and to get a powerhouse behind, but I'm not sure you're going to have enough time. Instead, that Ezreal is still very available. It's a very safe ADC. And for Paragon, you also take that one away, right? Again, 9 unique picks is not really a takeaway, but you take away that safety aspect.
Yeah, and with this Ezreal as well, one thing we will have to be a little bit careful for, Sendy especially, is the unleashed power of Syndra. It's a point-and-click ultimate. As Syndra scales up, she can look to one shot. And Colombia, I was going to say, usually the answer is the Kai'Sa that got banned. So Colombia saying, no, we will all in the early game instead. We trust in the Syndra Ornn scaling, if even necessary, and we're just going to try and dumpster this bot lane as fast as we can.
I love it. I love this entire kind of just upfront, in-your-face Columbia style. It leans into their general play, and I can appreciate it, right? This is sticking to your guns no matter what. They got a very comfortable draft, and Weber, I mean, you look down their line of composition, if this Karma is actually locked in, not bad in its own little vacuum, but I fail to see exactly where that cut is going to come through, right? That Ornn is going to get ridiculously tanky. That J4 is going to be a bully. And the amount of CC that's coming out, Weber, I feel, are going to get one shot to break open a team fight, and after that, you lost your options.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there, but I think Weber, it's a little bit risky what they've had to kind of go with, especially with this Ezreal pickup. Ezreal, not known as a tank-busting AD carry necessarily. Now, of course, with things like Cyrilda's Grudge, you can still cut through and do a lot of damage. You are still able to cut through tanks. It just takes a little bit longer. And I like the Karma pickup, especially into the Renata Kalista specifically. You gain the ability to speed up and run away. Basically, the Ezreal Karma lane just does not want to all-in with Kalista. You want to poke them down and make sure that you can keep your space. And I think a lot of weight will come down to Sendi's positioning on this Ezreal. How much damage can you put out? Because as much as I love Zadox and I think Silent Lullaby, a really strong, good jungler, I don't think his lanes are necessarily set up for him. So he has to do a lot of heavy lifting on his own, whereas Columbia College, they've got everything they wanted, right? They like team fighting, they like tank topside, they know exactly how they want to play, and they've drafted accordingly.
And it really feels like for Columbia College, they have a very good reactionary comp, right? They can react a lot to what WSU are going to be throwing down here. They don't really have to make that first move. And for me, it's always about like, I don't look at micromechanics. I'm a terrible micromechanic player. I play like Vigar mid, I wait for that mid to late game to roll around, and I play the team fight. And that's what Columbia are kind of set up to do. They really don't have to force anything to get to that mid to late game appropriately. If they do, if they end up with an extra couple kills, that's great. But their win con is not there. For WSU, they do have to push the envelope. So RMC, in your opinion, where do they push the envelope? You said it, right? Silent Lullaby kind of has to do their own thing. But where do they even start? Where do they have to start finding those options and wins?
They look at the place that you mentioned at the beginning, Orbital, top lane. Jexor, that critical piece who has taken over games by dominating his lane. Because as good as Arctic Myth is at playing weak side does usually mean that, well, you do fall behind, and the other side tends to get a bit of a free lane. So I'm looking at Jexor to be that piece, and I'd love to see Silent Lullaby send that attention top quickly.
Well, let's see if they can do it already. The teams are ready to go. No waiting around. They got right onto the wrist. So let's do the same. Let's go ahead and get this grand finals of the ECAC underway. Let's go ahead and get started on crowning a champion here tonight to end out this fall season. We are here with Esports U, game number 1 underway.
And overall, as we mentioned, Columbia College on the blue side, Weber on the red side. I'm not expecting any level 1 shenanigans necessarily. Neither team's really built for it, and I think Columbia especially want to sit back. And with an Ezreal Karma bot lane, about the only shenanigans is maybe trying to get some early poke down onto squishy members like the bot lane.
30 seconds until minions.
If we do see level 1 shenanigans, it would be like really out of left field, I feel. And both teams kind of like, you know, kind of checking each other, right? I believe we had a little bit of a conversation, or I believe you did, and you let me in on this. Vondo had very fond words to give to Weber, and Columbia College, even though they're first seed, were like, yeah, we're excited to play against them.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before, Weber was the one team that took a win off of them. So Vondo was saying it was a very close matchup, and they believe that, you know, Weber's improved a lot and can push them. But Vondo is still very confident that Columbia has grown throughout this split as well. And so to Columbia's team, I think tonight is a great chance for them to really show their stuff. They are hoping that Weber pushes them very, very hard.
Well, let's see if they can do so, as we do get a pretty standard start red buff on either side, meaning Pengu might be looking for that level 2 if given an option. Either that or looking at a full clear, which I do love the fact, by the way, the more I've cast with you, the more I've learned that you really hate full clears on J4, and it gets funnier every single time, by the way, that we talk about it.
Bro, you pick a champion who has a level 2, like really strong gank, and you just full farm. It just kills me a little bit inside Orbital, and especially for somebody like CC Pengu. I assume the CC actually means Columbia College, but the way he likes to play, CC, as in crowd control, is his bread and butter. So I'd love to see him get down to that bot lane, punish this Ezreal Karma. And to be fair to Sendy and St. Daniel, I think they're aware of it, so they already have that word out really early.
Which I think is important, right? You have to. You don't really have a choice. And then even Tibbs in the mid lane helping out right now. You get the identification with that ward on the Raptors. Hey, Sendy, St. Daniel, you guys are okay and safe right now. You guys can actually push if you wish. And the fact that Sendy and St. Daniel were able to pull an early Ignite is awesome for them. Now they get the oppressive stance. They can walk up. If you land those Qs from Sendy, you're golden.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of confused about why that Ignite went out so early. Was it a mistake? Because if it's not, then basically Columbia College have already signaled that we don't have a gank on our way. We are just burning that. Or maybe it's mind games, because CC Pengu did actually pack down to that bot lane.
I mean, that's true, but Benji in the mid lane is actually eating a large chunk, so Tibbs is actually playing this matchup very, very well, and that's something that we do have to talk about. Syndra later on will pop the Ahri 9 times out of 10. Pengu, though, on the bot side is waiting, and that was a sneak in. In comes a little bit of a jump. Sendy walks right into it, but Zadox is here. That's going to be a huge shot to the front of the face, and that's a trade between two. Both Graves as well as the ADC Paragon grabbed one apiece, but first blood to the likes of Zadox.
And that was critical for Weber. Weber had vision, so they knew the entire time that Pengu was likely in that bush, and they decided to play with fire. What's critical as well is Vondo took a whole bunch of damage up front, so Vondo wasn't really able to get in there and get the damage down, so Weber just barely able to find a bit of a lead and continue to shove in bot side. Sendy will miss only a handful of CS as St. Daniel able to hold this wave.
I love that St. Daniel was like, I still want to fight, I still want to fight, give me a fight, give me a fight. And Vando's like, please stop. For the love of God, just let me back. Huge hold here, though. Oh. Are you going to eat a tower shot? Yes, you eat a tower. Oh, the sad me. RMC, why'd you tell your blue side cousins to actually, like, stay? Like, why'd you do that? Like, Sendy could have gotten a stop on the recalls. Come on.
They just doing their own thing. They was chilling, walking back to lane, man. That's on Sendy for not finding that old mid lane.
Tibbs also saying I can do something as well. There's no mana. Benji, 1 hour's like, wait, and the charm lands. And you live! You live! The minions don't turn! Tibbs playing on a nice edge and walks out alive.
Okay, Orbital. You know what? The blue side minions have made up for what they did in the bot lane there. They dropped aggro on Tibbs, and Tibbs barely walked out. Huge, critical, and most importantly, clutch, Orbital, because we saw the trades going back and forth between Benji and Tibbs. It was right down to the wire, and with the Syndra, she will eventually outskill the Ahri. So Ahri has to be able to take advantage of the early poke, the early trades that she can get, and Tibbs managed to do just that. Very critical is the fact that Benji TP'd back to lane, did not get lost chapter. Tibbs actually completed it, so Tibbs will also now have better push and better lane control and tempo in this mid lane.
I mean, that's actually what caught Benji off last time, right? Running out of mana, didn't have the ability to actually spell sling, so it's a double whammy, right? You had the thought of, crap, now I can't even aggress. I have to wait for my jungler. And you can see the wards also very deep, not just from WSU's bot side, but even into that top side of the river. You see they're trying to lay down some information gathering, so really hard on the identification. Look at that, keeping all angles safe. So a good little fragment. Pengu not allowed to, and even understands things went a little bit awry. Still spotted, by the way. Tried to spot out where Zadox is. Pengu kind of getting spotted here. Does identify that dragon might be available, but Tibbs said, hey, your jungler's on the bot side. Let's go ahead and take a fight. Jexor is allowed to live. Arctic Myth does not fight. Misses a flash. Oh, no. I think the chase can happen. Jexor doesn't have flash either, but the dash is going to be enough. The Q dash should be there. Arctic Myth waiting, and that's the charm. You're dead. Jexor is allowed to grab the kill off of Tibbs' assist.
Oh, bro, we almost witnessed the myth of Arctic Myth getting out after failing the flash. Unfortunately, Tibbs didn't let it happen. Columbia, though, still able to find something at least on the other side of the map, despite the perfect tracking from Weber onto Pengu. They don't have the resources to stop Pengu from picking up this first dragon, the Inferno Drake, so that graphic in the top left is wrong. It can't be 2 in a row.
I don't think it is. It's either Hextech or the Chemtech, right? That's what we're looking at here. But
yeah, that's the bug.
A nice little tap on extra damage. It's appropriate, right? It feels good. But I think WSU are more focused on ensuring they get a really good early game, right? First dragon, not that worrisome. So, hey, you give it up. You go ahead and look forward a little bit further, which is take away Pengu's jungle side. Look at that. Full invade by 3 from WSU. That's crazy.
Yeah, Pengu doesn't know, and if Tibbs can land this charm, it's a beautiful setup. Pengu will see it now.
Throws it just a little bit behind, expected to dodge back, so Pengu is allowed to live, which is nice. But it's still control to WSU's side. They have the lane pressure, they have the lane presence as well, and they're allowed to do this for... Oh, griefing by Zadox.
It's fine, it's fine. Now, WSU did commit time and tempo towards that particular play. And what you have to keep in mind is what we said in draft. Columbia College is a bit of a ticking time bomb. Sure, Arctic Myths is down a little bit. Sure, he's died once to Jexor. But Ornn will skill up and will provide a lot of utility as well as the ornaments to his team. Even in the mid lane, Benji died earlier to Tibbs, but has already caught up in CS and started to exceed in CS as well. The one lane which isn't doing amazingly hot for Columbia College is this bot lane where Kalista will get outscaled. But Columbia College...
Oh! Wait, what? No! No! Paragon tried to stay, and Sendy was just trying to clear wave, I think. Either that or said, hey, you're low, I'm going to try it.
Yeah, because I don't think they had vision under the turret there. Sendy gets a freebie on that kill. Okay, this is going for bad twist. I was going to say Paragon and Bondo have done their job in that you pick the Kalista for bot side control. They got the early dragon. If you don't die, it's not if you don't get kills but don't die, it's not ideal, but it's okay. But they died orbital. So this bot lane's not going well for Columbia College. The ticking time bomb has a weakness.
It's so scary, right? Because the fact is, WSU, the reason they won against Fisher is they capitalize on these small mistakes, right? And Columbia College have to realize these are minor. It's not like you walked up into lane and under tower, but Paragon had to be aware that level 6 was coming in, so yes, it's not the end of the world, right? Still enough time. Maybe it's not the 25-minute time bomb that you're ready to explode on the Rift. Maybe it's about 27 now. We still need to see them kind of neuter this gold lead that's starting to expand up. It's in its fledgling state, but it's still very possible. Tibbs now getting chunked out. Benji landing all the Qs now, and this is a lot more like that Syndra Ahri matchup. Even Tibbs knows it, says, I ain't touching that bot side of the river.
I believe that Vondo might have accidentally shown on that ward walking up from that ball lane. Yeah, the one right there that we're seeing.
Oh, there it is.
Right now. Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate from them, but Tibbs was playing with fire. Even with flash up, the sheer burst damage that Syndra and J4 can put down is very, very dangerous. Sendy. It feels like this ball lane has been bait the entire time. Huge props to Sendy and Sidano. The vision control means that every time Pengu has looked bot, Weaver has been aware and is prepared for it.
And I think that's one of the glaring spotlights of WSU's composition, right? Because yes, they are a little bit more early game centric, and yes, they're not the full team fight composition, but what they have is guerrilla tactics, right? They're a composition that excels in kind of drawing aggro in different directions. Every single champion feels like it's crafted to be its own kind of microcosm of skill, expression, ability to do just about everything, right? So that's what they're doing here on the bot side. They're self-sustaining. They're ensuring they don't die. They're, if left in the 2v2, feel quite strong. So Pengu being denied on the bot side falls right into what WSU were expecting, giving Zadox free farm, and now looking at it about 3 camps up.
Yeah, just really good read from Weber on exactly what Columbia wanted to do in the early game. And for Pengu now, you kind of have to start looking elsewhere, because you can see Paragon and Bondo are starting to fall behind. If you're not kind of permissioning down here, then what you're worried about is by the time you get down there, they'll be too low to actually participate in the fight. And if Zadox is in the area, you're going to lose it. But you can't gank top either, because Arctic Myths is not having a good time into Jexor, which leaves Columbia College kind of just looking at the mid lane. And if we glance at the mid lane, you can see that Tibbs has been playing really, really safe. Even now is kind of sat under turret, despite being rather healthy. They just don't want to give any risk, and they're just trying to let Sendy and Jexor get as much time as they can, and they're going to try and spike in that mid game.
I mean, we say that, but now it's the early game that's actually drawing a lot of pressure. Arctic Myths has run down from that top lane. Just get ready for this dragon. It is a force by Columbia College on the Chemtech dragon. And Tibbs is saying, I want a chance here. That's going to be a charm. Very nice grab. Can they get the kill before the knockup? And it doesn't even matter. The knockup just does not care. Unleash Power will grab one back, but look at the double behind. And that's going to be a charge in. WSU have gotten the kills. The dragon spitting on them. This is dangerous. Zadox is quite low, but down goes Pengu. Pengu, my favorite tactician, is now dead. And WSU claim lives and the global objective.
You're right, Orbital. It's not the mid-game spike. They spiked in the early game. And if we look at how that fight went, it's because Weber had no hesitation. Arctic Mist steps up, the tankiest member of Columbia College, and Weber went, it doesn't matter. We will blow all our cooldowns, get him dead. And Tibbs takes a chunk, but it didn't matter. Drop, but it didn't matter. They did the damage already, and they stopped the early dragon stacking. So Columbia, they picked the Kalista for the early game dominance. It has not come through at all.
For Weber, this is something that, again, we're talking about the style of composition that both teams want to play. If you're allowed to shut down the most base style of Columbia College, that sends a statement to the early game. And yes, I'm leaning on Weber right now. Like, this is a great start to them. I want to see it ever further. If you're able to win this game in a commanding fashion, that's crazy against Columbia. And I'm very excited to see if they can do so. This Wandering Rift Herald, by the way, we don't normally see this. This is like a 30-second prep, by the way. This is like, Weber's like, all right, we're signaling where we're going to go, and we're going to draw attention to this fact, and Pengu's ready for it. I love that fact.
Oh, bro, I love that you're making this like a big brain move from Weber. They just ran out of time, man.
I know. Listen, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, okay?
Yeah, but as you mentioned, it is now very telegraphed, and everybody knows there's a party in this bot lane here.
Oh, good
Vondo.
flash out. Very good flash, but that's going to be a little bit of a knockback. Paragon! Paragon got set up, and they're going to die. Yes, you might lose St. Daniel, but it doesn't matter. Look at the raw damage coming in.
What?
That's going to be a cap. That's going to be 2. Collaterals are abound. It might not be the ult, but it sure as hell is a double kill.
I couldn't even see the Q through all the minions over. I think Columbia didn't see it either. Unfortunately, picks up both Pengu and Vondo on that play, and it might be telegraphed. But so what? In the mid lane, Banshee can't even go home.
I don't know what's going on. Columbia College are falling apart at the seams, it feels like, and it's not them unraveling on their own. WSU are taking scissors to them and chopping them up to bits.
Like we said, it's the revenge tour, Orbital. The fact that they already beat Fisher. They found one of their previous losses and they've revenged themselves, and they're feeling really, really confident going into Benji here.
Oh, Tibbs. Tibbs got a bits of safety, but I mean, I don't know how much further you actually want to draw this out. You were able to bait out a lot of extravagance, I should say, and you know you're the only lane that isn't technically winning, I would say, right? Like, you're not doing stellar. You're doing enough, though, and that's all you have to do. So you take the chances, you jump in, you see how much damage you can lay down, and you're making sure to keep yourself in a stat check, because look at that, right? About 400 gold lead for Benji. Everywhere else is negative for Columbia College.
And Columbia College know it. They group up into that top lane as 4. They're going to brute force down this Herald. But you take Herald, Orbital, to get turrets, and Weber didn't need it. The first Herald has allowed them to claim first brick, and all gold goes to Sendy, that AD carry, that late game insurance that Weber drafted, and they're trying to cash out as fast as we can.
That tag on the True Shot Barrage scares me all the time. Like, I'm so scared if it tags Sendy's like, I want to send, I want to go. And Benji's just like, please do it. For the love of God, please try it. It's just one of those moments. Tibbs now getting jumped on. Remember, doesn't really have the ult. Does have flash out, and that's going to signal the re-engage. Pengu doesn't have anything. Doesn't have flash either. Look at the damage. A final Q is going to take it, but Zadax with the collateral damage wins it out. Paragon running for their life. They only have the cleanse. There is no flash. A final charm will do it. And it's a huge collapse from WSU. They take 3 with no answer.
And Tibbs just asked the question, you're approaching me? I don't have my ult. I don't need my ult. And it was perfect bait. You could see the collapse from Weber as well. They knew it was coming. That was all scripted by them. And the collapse was immaculate. Columbia still has Herald though, so they could still look to make another play. But it's got to be on the back of their minds right now. They are down 10 kills overall. They're down 6,500 gold at 16 minutes. They've got to be double checking. They've got to make sure that Weber are not in a position to counter before they can make a play.
And I have to say, the fact that we are also getting a Mountain Dragon it gives a little bit of breath to Weaver's kind of early game composition, right? So Mountain Dragon, while we got the time, is something a little bit different. It gives you a little bit of buff to armor mag resist, obviously, and it gives you a shield afterwards. But there is a little bit of a situation that the squishy team starts getting a little bit tankier, right? So I'm very interested to see if they are able to collect, if they're able to make that happen. Herald dropped in the mid lane, though, as Pengu gets kind of routed on here. This is danger on all points here, as yes, the tower falls, but I don't think Columbia College can actually look at this dragon.
No, if anything, I was sweating for Colombia. They actually had to stick around to make sure that Herald didn't get dropped before it got the charge. And you saw Tibbs on the side looking for the flank, looking still. Can they land the charm?
Oh, they do, but it's on someone that can be drawn back, and that's going to be the cleanse to come out. Paragon has to run away, but a jump forward because they got the damage, but the Cloud Cleanse comes back and turns it around. They trade 1 for 2, easy, and Pengu looking for another Paragon. Eats a huge Q to the back of the head, and Sendy and St. Daniel, they say, you might have killed 2 of ours, but we're going to keep you at bay.
It's a 2 for 1.
It's still going. Oh my gosh, it's still going, and that's going to be the world ender.
True.
Oh, Paragon barely steps away this time. A little bit more aware of what's going down.
Yeah, I was wondering if Cindy could get the snipe once again. So, Colombia win the fight. They do get a 2 for 1. But once again, Weaver coming out ahead, and this is that wallet difference. So, that was a great engage from Columbia College, and the fact that they won tells you a lot. Oh, great Bellows Breath from Arctic to make sure he doesn't get pulled back. And so now, where were we? Weaver lose the fight, they get mid lane turret, and they're still in position to go for this dragon. Colombia just have to be very, very careful about how they approach it. It's all dark out there.
It is what you're banking on is the fact that Bondo may be able to play a little bit of front line, eat that charm first. Of course, you don't have that drawback just yet, so I mean, you don't have that safety factor. What you're most worried about, it is dark. As you said, no wards. Pengu drops another ward. Rest of the team coming in here. Aatrox ready to go with that TP, so keep in mind if you see the draw in. But look at the chunk. Look at the raw damage coming in. Knockup only lands on 2, but they're going to look. Pengu gets a knock up, and they're going to get the kill. Down goes Ari. When Jexor says, I'm the main damage kill. Look at that kite. Look at them working the moves, and they do it. WSU don't care that they lost a few members. They are going to run the rest of the show. A final Q in front. Benji has to run away. Good dodge on one of the mystic shots. But I think that's going to be the knockup. I think that's going to be the kill. Jexor wants to finish it off. They're going to chase him out of the entire lane of the jungle and then some. As Dragon will go the way of Weaver.
No jungle, no problem, as Weaver is able to push everybody from Columbia College out. And despite the fact that Columbia, that fight, they pulled the trigger. They were looking for the targets, but you saw how mobile Tibbs and Sendy were, and they played that perfectly. Split up. It's just that simple. They can only find Benji. That was so greedy, Benji.
You know how we said Columbia College can't be making mistakes if they want to get to the... Like, that... I hate saying that. That was just one mistake Benji made, and it feels so bad.
I don't know. I'd argue there's 3 orbital because I see 3 deaths on Benji. But
okay.
to be fair, I think for Columbia College, this is a best of 5, right? They might be willing. They're limit testing a little bit at this point. They know they're down. You're not going to come back by playing conservative. Yes, you have scaling with the orange with the Syndrome, but you're also 7 and a bit thousand gold down before 20 minutes. You can tell Weaver are just going to set up for the Baron, force you to fight them there. So Columbia, they're just taking some risks, and if it doesn't pan out, well, they've got at least 2 more games to try and come back in.
It's not out of the world, and yeah, you say, hey, this one game kind of messed us up a bit, and we gotta recoup here. So Tibbs now on the top side gets a little bit of help from a teammate, and they take this tower, freestanding gold. Now 3 towers, 2-1. The bounty objectives are up, and everyone's pretty happy on Weaver's side. So where else do they want to pressure? Where do they want to look for those kills? Well, Zadok says, I found them. I'm going to be juggling, by the way. Zadok's is 7, 2, and 6. Ridiculously strong with that Black Fever as a second item.
Now, Weaver have a bit of an unfortunate desync in their timings. There's no TP on Jexor. So, Jexor is pushing in, but Arctic Mist has the opportunity to TP. And Weaver don't want to commit to Baron. They would like to burn out the TP and allow the split push to happen instead. Or just take your time, and when that TP comes up for Jexor, that's when I think we're really going to see Weaver commit to this Baron.
We'll see if that Baron call works, because right now, as you said, a little bit desynced, but it's appropriate, right? WSU are still clearing out all the extra vision that was just laid down, by the way. Like, Columbia rolled through, dropped a couple wards, and WSU are like, nah, you're flying blind. Sorry. We got to make sure it's fully dark. We got to have a surprise ready for you. But this does play into Columbia College's favor, right? If they're not dying, which unfortunately they have been for the last couple of minutes, the fewer deaths they have, the more time that they can farm up. The likes of Benji, who is trying to stack up as much as possible, start to become that one-shot capabilities. You're actually feeding a lot of farm in, so for Columbia College, not the worst thing in the world to happen.
Unfortunately, their stall timer might have just run out there. Scuttle Vision has just dropped for Columbia. I think that was one of the two big things that was stopping Weber from actually going for that Baron. Jexor, TP about to come back up as well, has actually reset and is looking to go towards that top lane. So Tibbs might go down bot with that TP ready to go. And this is where I expect the Baron dance to start.
I'm liking it. Already they're getting their prime vision down once again. Columbia College saying our prime is just kind of stuck in the middle of the pit, by the way. And when I say prime, it means like the only real wards they have, right? There was like a line right in front of the Baron pit. They're like, we need to make sure wards are here. We have to make sure the wards are here. That'll get cleared out in like half a second. So for the Cougars, wondering exactly what's going to happen in this lull. WSU are given free reign. Weber are allowed to kind of walk where they please, do what they please, as long as they're not devastatingly overextending.
Yeah, the lane assignments, however, overall, don't seem to be that... Okay, never mind, I take that back. I was going to say, I don't know if Tibbs can actually pull out Arctic Mist. This is not a Leandri's Ari. This is... Oh, that's the second time we've seen that not work. This is Everfrost Ari. But it's kind of been okay, and Jexor into this range has been poked out.
Not just poked out, now jumped on, and this is the best way to kill an Aatrox. You just burst them right out, but you lose 2 towers for it. So for the life of Jexors, I think you're pretty happy. Also, Jexors didn't burn Flash or Teleport. Now a Regain's coming in here. St. Daniel's the only one to be knocked up. And again, what do we say? The disengage factor from this team is so good. And they're going to try and chunk. Bondo does get the tether on St. Daniel. And that's going to be a little bit of call the hostile takeover. Sendy has to flash away and get safety. But Salax cuts him off on the back route. No charm to land, so the rest of the Cougars are allowed to walk away. But you still lose ground on the main thing, which is this dragon in just 30 seconds.
Yeah, and Weaver still managed to get more chunk. True Shot Barrage comes across just to trim the wave, but that's giving them more and more priority on this dragon. Tibbs continue to split push down bot.
Ooh, and I mean, Tibbs, remember, keep track. Tibbs is more than willing to sack these laners, and that's going to be a jump in. That's going to be a heal coming out. Sendy does get knocked up, but no tether, so Sendy's about to get away, and yes, you do, but Zadok still has extra damage, and Jexor with the TP is going to slaughter the back line. World Ender comes off with cooldown. And they go ahead and jump right back out. Pengu's like, listen, most of my teammates can't fly, but I can. But they get clipped in the wings. Down goes Pengu, as it's almost an ace for WSU.
Turns upon turns upon turns, Orbital. The way Columbia College found the pick, great for them. But Weber was trying to draw them out. And then just as you thought they were safe, Sendy gets picked off by the full send from Columbia. But it's just, again, the fact that Weber has more resources. Jexor gets there. Tibbs gets there. And they're able to now secure the dragon. Vision denied on that top side once again. Weber can look to go there. And most importantly, Orbital, the gold lead has grown. We are staring down. What was 6k gold lead has now become an almost 10,000 gold lead. Just shy of that at 9. And look at the items Weber has picked up. They are almost a full item ahead in some of these lanes.
And that's something that we don't get to talk about as often, because usually it's a pretty close game, right? Normally you see the gold lead maybe stay at about 4 to 5 for a leading team. The gold lead, at the end of the day, the longer the game goes on, if it doesn't expand, if it's only sitting at like 4k throughout 15-20 minutes, that's actually bad for the team that's winning. You want to see it grow. You want to see that gold lead continue to get larger and larger. And for WSU, it's actually working in their favor right there. So not only that, you also take into the fact that after losing that first Infernal, they've taken every dragon on that side. They're currently sitting on Soul Point, and that's going to put Columbia College into dire straits, right? They're not going to have a chance to really question, do they want to go for the dragon or not? They're going to have to force it.
Yeah, and later when they try and force that, although if Baron hasn't gone down as well, Weber can say, we'll let you have that dragon. It's only one Drake. We'll go for Baron ourselves if you want. Or do what they've been doing all game, which is just saying, okay, we put you in a bad position. You can go to Baron all you want, or you can go to topside, and we will just collapse and take your turrets instead. That has been what's been working for them. Benji?
Oh, the one lane that has actually had a little bit of a difference has been Tibbs and Benji. And Tibbs, just barely allowed to get away, is now, after drawing the Ire of 2, draws Ire of 3 as WSU have to peel off of this Baron. And I like this, right? For WSU, it's always been a namesake. Every time someone gets jumped on the other side of the map, you go ahead and try and pressure. Columbia College getting drawn away, but it's Zadox realizing they're in a little bit of a stuck position. They go ahead and dash over the wall. Good shoot shot barrage to land on multiple, but Sendy gets chunked out, and they are going to live because Benji doesn't actually have any jump. That's going to be the call, and they do follow up behind. It may not be Benji, but it's the rest of the team to follow up. They get the singular kill, but Rampage is on the back as Zadox gets that kill. And the teleport, Jexor from behind, or actually walked in, says, I'm ready to fight in this 4v4. In goes the World Ender. Paragon is a little bit low. Pengu comes over the wall to try and help out, but it feels like they have to run. That's a flash. Auto attacks win, and in goes Death. Columbia College had to make a desperate play. Tibbs is going to get the extra shield. Goes in with a couple Foxfires. A Q doesn't land, and Benji can't get the kill. Clean up on the backside as Weaver run. This game ragged. A slam of power. Benji gets one back, but it's a 2 for 4 as Weaver run the show.
And once again, you can see Weaver tunneling on these structures. The right call here. They have another AD carry. Sure, we don't think of Graves as one, but he is actually a marksman. That is a shotgun in hand, and they're pushing in for these structures. Jexor maximizing this pressure has gone down to the bot lane, so they'll take 2 inhibitors potentially on this push.
Oh no, not any longer is it potential. It is a definitive answer. That's gonna be the grab. They might even sacrifice 1 or 2 lives for it. Well, okay, never mind. I thought they were strong enough. Okay, never mind. I lied. Jexor is not that strong. One more odds I could take it, but you're living on a single-digit HP, and now Paragon is in a dangerous spot. In goes the flag and drag. Pengu not gonna mess that one up. One more shot would have done it, but Paragon with the Ren takes their life. All right, I lied. They tried to sacrifice their life. They don't get that last inhibitor. I'm a liar. Yeah, that tracks. That tracks.
It just speaks to how good these teams are, bro, and that's why I wasn't fully committed to that bot side inhibitor. I saw the countdown on Paragon, and Columbia, they have fight in them yet. They did, and it's important to note, lose mid lane inhibitor and bot side inhibitor is exposed. With TP up for Jexor and Tibbs, well, only for Tibbs now, as Jexor goes towards that Baron. There is always the threat of a backdoor, and Columbia, if they want to start this up, I feel like they need Arctic Myths there, because he has to tank this, or Pengu could get sniped.
I mean, they're trying it, and the True Shot Barrage gives them so much information. Sharilda's also doing a lot of work, giving information and value there. And remember, the Baron debuff is wearing, that's 10 full stacks. It's getting down to about 5k. Rend is on. Who's going to steal? They look. Benji is going to try and play decoy, and it is going to work. That's going to be a smite going down, and they do grab it now. Columbia College is going to try and fight back. Maybe they can get it. And look at the dive. They gotten the kills. Sendy is about to die. The Ren Paragon got the early kills, and has Slaughter back. All of a sudden, a turnaround on the back end. Zadox tried to come back and doesn't get any help, but Paragon is now going to fall. It is going to be death for the side of Columbia College. They did work there, but they only lost 2-3 dead on Weaver's side.
And powered recall gets through! 4 seconds on that recall.
Lives. Oh my
Pengu
gosh.
timed it to perfection, bro. They knew. And Columbia College, I can't believe it, seemingly out of nowhere, they won that fight. And the aggression never stopped. We've seen it time and time and time again. And it kept Columbia in the game. And this time, it got them that win. They found Sendy. Paragon had no fear on that flash in. Now, Columbia College are still in the back foot. Even with this Baron, pushing is going to be very, very hard. And they have to be careful. If they mess up this Dragon, if they lose the Royal Purple, it could still backfire on them.
I mean, this is the other side of it, right? Look at the damage. Zadox trying to do a 1v3. Didn't realize the rest of the team is here. True Shot Barrage is going to land, but Pengu still pretty healthy with that redemption. In comes Tibbs, though. Tibbs gets the flank. Good chunk out. Vondo is quite low. I don't think they can follow up. In comes Arctic Mist. They're going to try and help out round number 2, but everyone's a little bit low. They only had a few seconds to try and regen up. Dragon still sitting on 7k, but they caught Tibbs. Tibbs is going to go in the Zanyas. No one else is there. Jexor coming over the wall, going to try and help out. In goes with the World Ender. But look at the chunk. Cataclysm is going to work wonders, but now you are dead. You need to get this Dragon. Who's going to get it? It's rendered away. Paragon takes it. That's 2 global objectives in a row. WSU are in a little bit of a mess. I'm not sure they can go ahead and hang on. Paragon trying to run away. This is that Callista that absolutely runs and works so well.
Paragon, no fear, jumped in alone. By the way, Paragon didn't have backup while hunting Jexor, and it did not even matter. How, Orbital, did Columbia College come back from a 10,000 gold deficit? This is why they're first seed. This is why we said they are a team fight team. They are comfortable in the late game, and even with inhibitors down, even with their backs up against the wall, their comfort, their expertise in the late is starting to show through.
And that's scary. right? At the end of the day, it worries me when a team is able to fight back this long, and it feels like, granted, it did start with the side of Zadox having a little bit of struggle, right? Said, hey, no one else is really here. Maybe I can 1v1 Pengu and get the kill. Granted, Zadox still has a lot of damage, 14, 3, and 8, but you're squishy, right? If you don't get the burst damage down rotation-wise, you're not going to be able to win out. And at this point, the main threat is going to be Paragon, who just got a GA, right? You are now fully lethal, and it's so damaging that you're not even going to trade. Paragon is just like, cool, I'll trade out, I'll get my GA back up. Tibbs, though, looking for an angle. You don't have your ADC, though. Sendy, still far in base.
And the problem with Paragon right now is the people who have damage don't have a means to lock Paragon down, and the ones who have the means to lock them down don't have enough damage. So Weber needs to focus and concentrate on that. And that's where I give props to Benjamax and Rondo specifically. They've been introducing so much chaos in these fights. The hostile takeovers have separated Weber multiple times. And the scatter of the weak from Benji, when it's not being used to pick somebody off, has stopped people from actually being able to focus Paragon. And the moment Paragon gets one kill, it's so easy for him to just hop away, get to the Nyx, and throughout all of this is still healing back up from Blade of the Ruling King.
RMC, we said a ticking time bomb is landing in the pocket of Columbia College, right? They're a team that is more than willing to, you know, wait things out, get to that late game. After the early game shenanigans, we said that 25-minute timer may be extended to closer to 27, 29, 30. We passed that. We crested that moment. And WSU also know that fact. So they need to look for picks. They need to look for opportunities. And maybe they found it. That's going to be a charm. And the rest cannot come out. You have to go into Zanyas without dropping the Unleashed Power. And that's going to be a flash out. You live. You are allowed to survive. But remember, that is a problem. You lost last. You are now a very immobile target.
This is bait, bro. It looks so tasty to go for Benji there, but Weber has learned their lesson. Do not walk in that choke point. They didn't have eyes on Arctic Myths, and they have to be careful for the Call of the Forge God in a choke point like that. Weber, they don't really know where to go right now. There's no major objectives for them to take. Dragon up in 2 minutes, Baron in 1.5. And in the side lanes, Jexor has not been able to effectively split push anymore, unfortunately. He still wins the 1v1 against the Ornn, but trying to actually get turret damage has been very, very difficult, and Colombia has been doing such a great job collapsing in that Weaver are stuck waiting for objectives and then the team fight rather than trying to go for a split push.
If you don't find an answer soon, there are going to be problems abound for WSU. At this point, it's still just trying to get items into multiple people. You want to get to the 6-item power spike or 5 items and really just fill out your inventory. Giving a lot of farm over to Sendy, who has 321 CS, by the way, has been farming up an absolute storm. You're hoping for a little extra sustain. You can actually see in the back pocket, go ahead, get that Vamp Scepter, maybe get a little bit of extra behind it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see a Bork, maybe get that chunking capacity out, but I don't think that's in the wheelhouse of an Ezreal.
Yeah, it's kind of hard if you're looking to try and cut through the tanks. And I think it's saying a lot about how these teams have played out that the game has changed so much. If we look at how Colombia has come back into the game, a lot of it has been picking a single target and bursting them down. And unfortunately for Weber, they don't have a true tank. Graves and Aatrox are their tankiest members, but they're not the poking members. So we've seen Sendy and St. Daniel step up to get poked down, and that's when things backfire. Look at that. Stun lands on Zadox. Columbia College trying to go to commit on that. It's when it lands on Tibbs, Sendy, St. Daniel. That's the hard thing. As I say that,
call in, and Cataclysm actually used. That's a huge CC chunk, and Pengu's taken quite low, but not dead. And look at the split fight. They don't want to fully commit. And Arctic miss. That's going to leave time for them to chunk out this massive tank. It's a problem. Look at that. They might actually have to sack, and they realize they're kind of stuck. Hostile takeover is used. Scout of the week lands again. St. Daniel is going to be safe, but everyone lives. For how much fight actually went down, no one dies. That's crazy.
That's a win for Weaver, because before this, the picks have always resulted in a kill, and that's why I was just talking about the fact that they don't commit on Zadox, but they did, and it didn't work. Now, Colombia, recognizing that they went to Dragon, are going for Baron. This is very risky. Arctic Myths is not tanking it. They don't have a tank there.
Oh, and the charm lands! Oh no!
Insta-kill!
That's just dead! Benji is gone! And Jexor's is gonna play tank frontline. Dragon is taken, but the rest of the team needs a scatter. They have to run away. Down goes Tibbs. Arctic Mist back in action. But the damage is done, right? Baron, not started up, not completed, and they're gonna be okay. They got what they wanted in Weaver. Just get their team out alive.
They're playing with fire, and that's why you can't be starting
no.
that without Arctic Myths. They've gone right back to it because they have Arctic Myths, and the question is, can Weaver stop it? True Shot Barrage already back up again, used to poke.
Oh, Pengu, you try and go in, but I don't think the rest of the team was ready. Zadox with a nasty damage shot. The ult works wonders, and down goes Renata Glass. Look at everyone getting danced on. That singular piece of foliage is causing problems. Paragon tries their best, but they are going to die. GA is gone. Paragon will not survive as Weaver find the fight.
That was the second Baron attempt. We're going for our third, and this time it's Weaver going for it. But I'm going to be honest, I don't think Colombia can stop this. They don't have enough members alive. Benjamax racing towards Baron, but with the damage Weaver have, look at Baron melt.
It's gone. There's not a moment. Columbia College, they threw everything they had into that fight, and I understand the desperation, but it did kind of fall behind. In goes Benji looking at a nice punch, does get Jexor, who, by the way, Benji does actually hurt right now. That's actually a lot of damage, but it looks like Jexor might be sacrificing their life.
Almost here.
A little bit of a slow, and that's going to be almost an assassination world ender. Oh my god, the heal! The heal is too real! Jexor says, haha, gotcha. April Fools, even in December. Poor Benji was not ready for that.
Jork's Gore Drinker kicks in right at the critical moment, and you can almost see the mono shock on Benji, where it's like, oh, I got you. No, I didn't. Where did that help come from? And Orbital, I think you called it right. Columbia College threw everything at that Baron, including their game, because it has cost them the game. Soul onto Weaver, Baron onto Weaver. The one thing they were struggling to do was push in, and with the Baron,
oh my gosh,
so much easier.
oh my gosh, oh my gosh,
Zaddy.
Pengu. The only reason Pengu stuck around is they knew they had teammates behind, but my god, is that damage and a half. Pengu, you're supposed to have a little bit of safety behind. You do not.
That's really bad. They've canceled Pengu's base as well. So this is a 4v5 defense, what Weaver is pushing in with Baron. And you can see they're trying to take advantage of that. 2 exposed inhibitors, by the way. The mid lane inhibitor came up a long time ago. Bot side was never taken.
Well, this is going to be a 3-2. Easy inhibitor down, and now the rest of the team, good charm. Arctic Mist is quite low. This is going to be a problem. Benji getting nice lane down, shreds a little bit of MR, but I mean, the threat is there, right? WSU don't have to force this. They're just hunting it. If CC overstep once, it's gone. Look at this heavy split. True Shot Barrage goes out, only scouting out a little bit. But it's enough. You can walk up, you can take this tower, and it's down. Full on collapse. The siege is working wonders, and Cougars have got to find an option. They have one last chance. In goes the Horn. Good knockup. Sendy is locked, and that's going to be a 3-man Cataclysm. But how much can they really get? Look at the damage. It works. Scout of the Week follows through, and it's the destruction from the Cougars. But the base is the main priority. What did we say? It was a bait. Cougars tried their best. They threw everything they had, but Jaxor's rebukes it all. Nexus is going to go quite low. One more attack can do it. It's done. It's over. Weaver, take game number 1.
Sorry, did you just say this is only game number 1, Orbital? It feels like we've been here for a best of 5. This back and forth has been insane.
I got nothing. 40-minute barn burner, by the way. 40 minutes we were in there for. It felt like an hour and a half. I mean, early game was all Weaver. We have to state that out. Weaver ran the show. A 10,000 gold lead, and yet Columbia College came back. Why? How? What?
Because they're just that good, Orbital. That's why they're first seed. And you know what? Columbia College has admitted as well that they knew it was a very close matchup. They knew that Weaver could push them, and they wanted to see how much they've improved. Well, Columbia, is that good enough for you? Is that level of improvement what you're looking for? Because Weaver, I love their mental. Even when they kind of fumbled a little bit in the mid game, they held on. And at the critical moment, they punished the mistakes of Columbia, and they just took over. With that, Orbital, going to game 2, I don't think there were necessarily draft mistakes. I think both teams executed well in their draft. If anything, Columbia maybe change out your bot lane a little bit. The Kalista didn't quite work out the way they were hoping for, unfortunately, against the Ezreal. But beyond that, I mean, I expect to see dynamic drops. I don't think we're going to see the same champions, same style picked over and over again, at least not after what we saw in game 1.
I mean, the fact that Columbia College were even able to claw back may beg to differ. We'll see what they decide to say and what Weaver say in response. Only time will tell as we're headed to a game number 2. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, and we are back, and calm down a little bit. Everyone take a deep breath, walk away, get a little bit of a warm up, because that game one, straight up, everyone came out of the starting gate at like 80 miles an hour. I mean, what the heck? Weaver felt comfortable, but for the side of Columbia College, like, man, things were getting spicy.
As a fellow caster, 404 likes to say, all gas, no brakes overall. That game just completely spiraled out of control. And going to game two, I kind of don't expect that to be the case, because I think grand finals, both teams were kind of amped up. They really wanted to match hands in game one. And I think both teams have had the opportunity to really take stock of the skill level of their opponents. And I do think it's actually really, really close. In that first game, Weber won out because of the agency they drafted in their composition. They were better at skirmishing. I think Columbia, that high pace kind of got them sucked into Weber's style of play.
And I think that all started at that bot lane. We were talking about the fact that, yes, Zadox became this nasty MVP, huge KDA at the end of the day. But that was off the back of the fact that Sendy and St. Daniel, with his very safe bot lane, somehow were able to deny pretty much everything Pengu was throwing down, right? 3, 4, 5 times we watched Pengu literally try and work towards that bot lane. I don't think that's going to happen this time. Pengu, I think, is going to have a little bit more comfortable time, a little bit more understanding of how to work around this completely visioned out situation.
And to be fair to Pengu, that's what the game plan calls for. When you drafted a Kalista in that bot lane into the Ezreal, you wanted to smash that lane early. It's just unfortunately for Pengu that Weber read the same playbook, understood the assignment, and played it to perfection. So if anything, that's why overall I was saying for game two, if there is a change, I'm expecting to see it from Columbia in that bot lane. That Kalista, I think, is a little bit too telegraphed if you can't guarantee that you're going to have the edge, and especially into something slippery like a Ziggs. It's just such a tough win condition to play through.
And let's talk about this top side as well, right? Because Jexor surprised us quite a bit. In the late game, we were watching kind of these scattered fights move around, and a lot of the time, you don't really have a true tank. We were very surprised that Jexor's was allowed to live as long as they were in a lot of these fights, right? Like, the fact that they were able to get off the ground, and yes, in the mid-game stalled out, wasn't able to push as much, Jexor did their job. And, I mean, in this tank versus bruiser matchup, I think Jexor has it down.
Yeah, and that's the scary part, because that Aatrox can be played into pretty much any tank. And I think that's why they just banned the Cho'Gath early, because that's maybe the one tank where the Aatrox wouldn't have as favorable a matchup. So, although, we were talking about potential changes to the draft, Columbia has quite a few things they might want to consider banning.
And we'll have to see if they do so, because we are getting right into draft number 2. Something I also want to talk about is that mid lane, the one lane that really felt it was winning for the side of Columbia. I mean, very well done by the side of Benji to try and control. Yes, there were some spicy moments. Yes, you lost early, but it was a 50-50 first blood, right, in that mid lane with the Ahri. So if it changes, maybe we get to see a bit of a difference. Right now, though, Columbia have said we still want to hang on to Blue's side. I don't think that's a bad call either. We talked about the power of the J4. Everyone kind of knows it, so why not go for it again? Ziggs, though, you were talking about it. Hey, Columbia still really don't want to deal with that champion.
And the 3 bans from Columbia were the Ziggs, the Nico, and the Varus. And we're talking about the fact that Aatrox is very dangerous to give over to Jexor, but the one that you were mentioning overall was the Graves for Zadox, or let's call him his name Zaddy that game, because he was indeed Zaddy with that Graves, this absolute monster, a beast. And that might, one of those two I think is going to get a ban. So if that's the case, then if they're going to ban the Nico, that opens the Varus up, a champion that Sendy will have much more control over the lane with. He won't have to sit back and just farm up with that Ezreal anymore. He'll actually be able to pressure. So Columbia, what's your poison for tonight? Pick your poison.
Hopefully you can survive it. Maybe you thrived in it as well, but I mean, that Cho'Gath still being hovered, and Weaver's side, I'm looking down the line, I'm like, there wasn't anything that really stood out, right? These are all basic picks from Columbia, so it's like, nothing you want to change on your end as well. However, one of the sides I'm very curious about, with all the pressure we were talking about, the change in the Kalista and all, maybe we get to see those ADCs and supports rise in priority in the draft phase. We'll see if that does shake it up. And there it is. The hover and the ban of that Graves no longer will Zadox be allowed to have that one.
If that's the case, then I almost expect to see Columbia first pick that Varus, because I do think in laning phase right now that Varus just offers you too much flexibility. Heck, we've seen tank Varus start becoming a thing as well. I think Fisher tried to play it last week, didn't quite pan out, and Okay, this surprised me a little bit because I thought we'd see Varus first pick from Colombia, and then Weber would potentially take the J4 for themselves. As it stands, Colombia can just take the Varus, and there's no super high prio champion for Weber to really snatch away here.
Unless Colombia have a different idea, right? So, yes, you could go for that ADC, and it would completely flip what we saw in game number 1, but I mean, that idea still leaves open that I think Colombia really want a good jungle matchup. So they're actually going to hover that Rel and lock it in. Okay, Rel, the flex between Pengo and Vondo.
Okay, that is super surprising. St. Daniel's 2 most played champions throughout the split has been Alistar and Rakan, both of which are counters to this Rel, neither of which has been banned. So I don't really like this Rel in terms of trying to play in the support role. You can still, of course, flex it to the jungle. It is a flex pick, but it gives over that power pick we were talking about, that Varus over the way of Weber right now. And if you want to blind pick your Ahri, that's what they did last game. If you want to pick your Aatrox at this point, I think you're comfortable because you're not worried about Arctic Myths playing anything but tanks right now.
And it is that call. You said it outright. You said, hey, this is all we have to do. You go ahead and grab the Ahri. We now expect that Syndra to come out unless you want to go a little bit heavy-handed into that mid lane, because with as much focus as we give into the other lanes, Benjamix could actually have a little bit of fun as well. The Syndra had a decent time in there, and if you apply a bit more pressure, hey, maybe you got to break Tibbs and send them to the Shadow Realm instead, and all of a sudden, you know, there was a point where Jexor's was actually quite low on that Aatrox, and if that execute was in the ult for Benji, if it was there, it could have changed things. So we'll see what happens. Right now, it is that Syndra. What's third here? Do you want to match? I mean, I think this is the right call. You go ahead, grab that Ornn. If you're not comfortable with anything else, you go with that Ornn and just say, hey, hands off.
Yeah, to me, this Ornn pickup orbital, first of all, Arctic Myths didn't really lose out too badly with it. It's more just that Jexor got a bit of a free lane on that top side. And that to me suggests that this is likely to be a Rel support, because if you're going to go back with this, then I want to see a jungler that can actually punish that Aatrox, because Arctic Myths is going to struggle to do it on his own. And we're talking as if it's going to be the Aatrox. It wasn't locked in, but don't fix what ain't broke, right? That top side is pretty much just free for you. So now we've got Weber still looking for their jungler. Colombia still looking for potentially their jungler as well as their AD carry. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of a jungle pinch coming through from Colombia, especially if they can flex Rel that way. Weber, I'm curious to see if they actually pinch a jungle pool, thinking that, hey, maybe, you know, we can try and punish CC Pengu a bit, and maybe Zadox has a bigger champion pool, but instead, Pike ban. So they're thinking that's a Rel jungle.
I mean, yes, and then the response with the Nocturne. Okay, both teams are playing a little bit of 5D chess here, because this is a drastic shift from game number 1, right? Last time, of course, we saw the supports and ADCs at the bottom of the tier and saying, hey, we'll go ahead and ban those away. But you're banning a lot of heavy focus fire, right? The Nocturne, hey, lights out, you go ahead and dive in. That is denied. Now over Khan, this is a little bit more understood. Hey, okay, we don't want to deal with this one. What did Colombia focus? Are they going to ban a third jungler?
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised Colombia's doing this, because Zadox's champion pool is so big. I thought you banned support specifically Alistar, Rakan, right? And we've already did half your job for you by banning the Rakan. Do we see the Alistar ban here?
It's an Ashe hover.
Okay, so they just don't want to deal with the poke lane from Ashe Varus, which means they could flex that Rel into support and pick a more aggressive jungler for themselves. I mean, they still have to deal with the Alistar, I guess, but I still think that's a better option than trying to put that Rel paired with that Ornn in the top side. I think Jexor's going to get free lane otherwise. For now, though, we were going to pick up, and normally I'd advocate for a support pick right here, but because you haven't seen their ball lane, oh, this would be huge for Zadox. Oh, that's even better!
Yes! Woo! Let's go!
Okay.
Yes, I love this. Okay, so this is now calling for Colombia to either go aggressive or you can see the jungle matchup, right? Zadox, if allowed to get big on this Kha'Zix, will annihilate anyone, right? Like, that is so scary. And now Colombia are like, we just gave ourselves a very bad moment, right? This is going to be a problem. Who do they pick up here? This is going to be an identifier. It wasn't banned in game 1. Go ahead and grab it.
Okay, so I like the Nautilus for the lane to try and lock down the likes of a Varus, to lock down the likes of a Kha'Zix or even an Ahri. But I've already talked about the jungle top. I don't like what's going to happen there. And they still have to pick up an AD carry for themselves. And into something like a Kha'Zix, I feel like you need something with a bit of agency. You don't want to pick an immobile AD carry. So What do we have left? Ezreal's still on the table. If you want to go for that, that didn't get banned. The Paragon does play it. Oh, okay.
Ooh. I was gonna say screw it and go Vayne and just full send in game 2 just for fun, but I was like, no, don't listen to the don't listen to the plat level caster, please. Kaisa does make a little bit of sense. I like it. It does have a good follow-up behind a lot of the engage, so it's a plus. However, you put yourself in very dangerous range, right? If the Kha'Zix is able to find you, you're kind of soloed out, a little bit scared. Final lock in here, support for the side of Weaver. What do you decide to do? A lot of options available. The final decider is going to be that Braum, so I like it. I can adjust to it. Very curious how this is going to play out on the bot lane.
Yeah, I was thinking Alistar, just because we had harped on it being a good matchup into the rel. You can hit but her away as she tries to engage. Braum is a little bit different. You can't quite disengage the rel quite as easily, but instead you're welcoming the engage. You want to actually fight them. And I kind of like the pick as well because it gives you a bit of an engage. Glacial Fissure can be good to kick fights off, and that way Jexor doesn't have to start fights with his face, because it got a little bit risky last game with those flank engages, we'll call them, from Jexor. So Weaver, kind of similar to what they did last game with their composition. They're still really strong skirmishing. They're still going to look for those chaos fights. Colombia, on the other hand, they've got really strong forward team fighting. Benjamax feels a little bit out of sync with what the rest of the team wants to do. Syndra plays best when she's got a little bit of space to play. But I'm worried about their laning, Orbital. The laning didn't go well for Benjamax last time in the mid lane. It's not going to go well in the top side whatsoever. And in this bot lane's going to get really spicy. Kai'Sa and Tavares, perfectly okay. Nautilus the Braum, less so. And I feel like Weaver's got the advantageous matchup in almost every single position.
And the scary part about that as well is the fact that we, as casters here, were wondering about, Pengu's pathing, right? Where are you going to hard focus? Where are you going to be looking at?
Yeah.
It still draws a lot of focus towards that bot side. The overarching theme that we are a little bit worried about is still there. Yes, you have a flash. Yes, you have a bit more follow-up behind, but it's still the same factor of if Sendy and St. Daniel are allowed to do the same thing that they did in game number 1, we have a possibility as seeing an almost repeat situation from game 1 in the early game.
Yeah, and unlike game 1, in game 1, Sendy and St. Daniel were just sitting back and poking. They couldn't really go aggressive. This time, they actually can. So if CC Pengu and Vondo want to kick things off, they have to make sure they land the engage on Sendy. If it hits St. Daniel will happily soak it. And heck, even if you get first blood, there's a decent chance Sendy picks up 2 kills on the back end of that one. But overall, it's not all doom and gloom for Colombia. We should also talk about the advantages they have. Of course, their scaling is really, really strong. We talked about their going in, their ability engage is massive as well. And skirmish comps do have to be careful. If they get caught out, they could get burst down like we saw last game throughout the mid game before they can actually really fight.
We'll see if Columbia College have gone ahead and held their own in this game. Let's see if they can shore up some of the mistakes that occurred in game number 1, or if Weaver will go ahead and march their way to a possible series point. We're on the Rift. Columbia College is back on the blue side and looking pretty calm. Blue smites picked up on both ends by Pengu and Zadox.
Okay, and another quiet early game to start Orbital. This time I was actually maybe expecting a bit more aggression. When you've got tank supports, especially something like Nautilus who can find the hook, it's not surprising for teams to try and get some level 1 5-man shenanigans. Braum, however, is a stronger level 1 champion, especially if he's the one to eat that initial hook. So both teams playing it safe for now, and both junglers looking like they're going to start on opposite sides of the map.
I mean, it happened last time, right? We saw the red buff starts by both sides, and it's pretty, cut and dry there, so nothing too out of the ordinary. Poor Paragon and Sendy are like, all right, yeah, we had to run this. We didn't really have a choice. Sorry. Cleanse on both ends, so a little bit of shift from the heal that Sendy was running in game number 1. This mid lane, though, I'm going to be curious. I got to watch this opening engage. Who gets what poke? Last time, Benji and Tibbs were both eaten up. I think by level, 2.5, we're like, okay, HP bars are drastically low.
Yeah. I was calling for a level 2 gap from Pengu last game, right? Because they are so aggressive and they're just trading so heavily. And again, we want to highlight the fact that Benji did lose that first skirmish, but it was by fractions of the health bars. It was incredibly close. So just because it happened last game doesn't mean that Tibbs will be able to find the advantage this game right from the get-go.
We say that, but they are fully not caring about the minions right now. They're just like, please, please get the damage down. I want to get those kills. Level 2 hit on the far side, though, and it's actually going to be the bot lane, as it's a bit of a body block. With that W, Paragon doesn't get the extra damage down, and for what it's worth, St. Daniel and Sendy actually lose out in the initial trades. Benji missing on the Scout of the Week as well, and Tibbs feeling pretty okay right now.
Yeah, and I think St. Daniel going to be happy. We said it before. The whole cast will land on Sendy. If not, St. Daniel, you can see, is able to tank that up. As levels go up, it will be harder. I love this from Pangu. Level 2 gank.
Oh, such a good ward, but the Scout of the Week works. Tibbs flashing away and just gets barely out of that knockup. So good first gank, but that ward saving lives, man.
I'm not going to lie. I think Pangu, if he had landed that stun, that would have been a kill. But it didn't.
Yes,
And we saw that a couple of times last game too, overall. Where the flag and drag didn't quite drag, right? So Pangu, it's like a pixel or two off. It does, however, get a bit of that advantage for the side of Benji, where Tibbs has to TP back in lane. Really only picked up a pair of boots, so there could be an item advantage for Benji if he can hold on and farm a little bit harder.
We say that, but Zadox is like, I want a piece of this fight. I want a piece of this. And it's like, Benji is so scared. That's good. Oh! Wah, wah. Da, 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 da. Oh, okay. At least you get scuttled, but gosh, that was on camera, Zadox. I'm sorry.
I mean, first Pangu misses the stun, and now that mid lane bush is just cursed over. I don't know what to say. And you know what? Things are pretty even in terms of how the ganks have gone. Zadox is spotted on this ward, so Arctic Myths should be nice and safe. No time wasted for either side.
And this is a bit of a difference, right? Remember last time the reason that Zadox got so strong is actually punishing the failed ganks coming out of Pengu. So this time around, it's a little bit more even. We're not going to see that excessive lead that Zadox was able to get in game 1. So maybe a bit of a shift. Maybe Pengu is actually allowed to have a good jungle time.
Yeah, and Pengu, the one who gets a bit of a tempo advantage, but unfortunately, there's nowhere for Pengu to really go. Bot lane, Sendy and St. Daniel, again, doing a great job just freezing the wave exactly where they want to go, and Zaddy, this time, not spotted on this upward roam.
I mean, that's brutal. You even flash away, but I think you're going to be dead. One more Q should take it. Auto attack abound, and you are going to trade your life out. Zadox gets taken low as well, but first blood granted to Zadox.
Okay, you know what? I think that's okay for both sides. I think Arctic Myth is happy that he picks up a kill, won't fall too far behind. The fact that it was Jaxor dying as well means that Jaxor's not going to get a significant CS advantage from that particular play. The wave was pushing towards Jaxor anyways. Pengu running into the mid lane. No flash for Tibbs this time.
I think they're just trying to force away Tibbs, right? Benji getting low on the mana, and again, resources they haven't been able to actually recall just yet. So push the lane out. Get Benji in a better spot. Should have 1100. Easy, easy lost chapter.
Yeah, and then that will give them the priority they need to really control this dragon as well. And for Pengu, really didn't miss a beat. The camps hadn't really fully respawned, either from that play, so we'll be fine. And I love this from Weber. They recognize that, hey, dragon is up right now. Benji did just base, and Pengu walked topside. So we can try and, I want to say sneak this away, but they are sat on top of vision. They'll still be able to brute force this, I guess. It's less a robbery and more of a mugging.
I mean, muggings can always turn around. Maybe Superman comes in, but no Superman today. Smite comes in. Simple pickup, and St. Daniel and Sendy are going to take a very safe play back to home.
They'll come in just in time to catch this wave as well. Will they miss a beat? Oh,
no.
They missed 1
That's not bad. That's not bad. I mean, for what they did, that's okay. You get a little bit extra. You let the recall go off for Paragon, who for the first time feels like they have a somewhat okay CS evenness, right? This is going to be the big call, though. Level 6s across the board will be hit in just about every single lane. That's when things are going to get spicy. That's when we're going to really have to watch these lanes and if they're going to scatter about.
Well, bro, the lane we have to watch for this one are going to be the solo lanes, because with Dragon down at 8 minutes, that's the Herald fight. That's when the ultimates will have the space to really be used in those skirmishes. And in the top lane right now, Jaxor is significantly ahead, as expected. So Weber, the fact that they get Dragon is also really good for them on that Nyx objective play topside.
Pengu's like, maybe? Maybe? Oh, Vondo. That's cheeky. Sendy's like, bruh, really? You're going to do this to me? Little bit off-centered recalls here, and You know what? Not really gonna hurt me one. Still farming up a Storm, and at this point, both junglers, the only one that's really had some value is Zadox, but even then, Pengu still waiting to have that major impact, waiting for that Magnet Storm, and trying to go for just that keep even pace, something that they couldn't do in game 1.
Yeah, and while Rel might be behind, she's more of a utility jungler anyways, so I'm less worried about her falling a little bit behind in terms of CS as long as she hits her ult at roughly the same time and she can actually get involved in those fights. Bot side, Sandy is back, and I saw Vondo roaming out, but it doesn't look like Vondo found anything. Especially if you're trying to gank mid lane on that Ahri, if you're not level 6, there's really not much Nautilus can do there.
Even Tibbs was, which we saw in game number 1, willing to sacrifice a lot of space in that mid lane just to ensure their safety, right? Very much space away. Don't put yourself in a compromising position. Because of that, Benji was able to help out in that Herald take, but other than that, it's going to be an okay setup here. Tibbs eats a little bit of a chunk. Myth's going to come up and help out as well. The eye is going to be poked out, but bot side, a little bit of a difference here. Zadox wandering around on the side. Paragon is quite low, and in they go with a jump in. Look at the raw damage. Sendy with the snipe. That's going to be the chain of corruption following up behind, and it feels like it's all dubs around. St. Daniel loses the life, but the carry's got the kills.
Good ignite from Vondo, and that was a necessary play overall, because as much as it harped on the fact that, hey, Jaxor's got priority topside, Weaver should go for this Herald, they didn't. They abandoned it. So if they didn't get the kills bot lane, then that play would not have been worth it whatsoever. Columbia gets themselves that free Herald, and with that Herald, they can look to try and pressure Jaxor top. Do they have enough damage, though, is my big question.
I think they do. Pengu with the stun and then some. Bounce House City leads to Arctic Myth getting their second.
And Ornn AD carry was online. Really great. It was a really good proccing of Brittles from Arctic Myths. Got all of them down onto Jaxor for the necessary damage. Now Tibbs has flash, has ult, and has Pangu riding his tail.
Oh, and Vondo! What a challenge! A stark difference from Columbia College as Benji given a kill.
I was so focused on Pangu coming down, I didn't even see Vondo roaming up, and Vondo not level 6 yet, Orbital. Caught Tibbs by surprise, just anchored to the face was good enough. Great rotation from Columbia.
And this is, again, them getting a little bit of their comfort style, right? Just kind of take everything, throw it against the wall, and know it's going to stick because you threw a wide enough net, right? Like, you literally take 3 people, run straight at Tibbs, and say someone's going to get something, and we get the kill. Opening up space once again for Benji to actually have a good time. Now 86 CES, trying to go for that Lunans as quick as possible.
Into the bot lane, CC Pengu off on the side, and I think this might be the first time CC Pengu is able to sneak in there without Weaver's knowledge. Vondo is 6, has a depth charge if they want to try and brute force this.
I mean, the wave is stacking nicely. Vondo has a depth charge. Sendy and St. Daniel, I think they smell something is up. They feel something's weird. I don't know if they really want to force it. They're going to try and get a ward down. St. Daniel taking a long angle. Very nice job, but St. Daniel is now stuck. You are going to try and get that Glacial Fissure off. What you do when you jump back? That's almost a turnaround. Pengu is taken quite low, but St. Daniel has to run away, flash forward. ADC gets a kill, and now Paragon gets a snipe as well. Zadox is coming in. Zadox says, clean up city. Give me that kill. Double kill for Sendy. Looking for one more, and it is granted. Zadox with a kill of their own. Weaver win bot lane.
That's illegal over that just should not be allowed. Mid lane, Tibbs. One rotation.
Oh, so low. And I mean, you're still safe, you're okay, but man, are we seeing some strong points for both teams.
Yeah, and because of that, suddenly this dragon take that we're seeing, not so safe here. Benji doesn't have ult, but has a lot of poke. Pengu into the pit.
Oh, you know, you said it might not be safe. It's dangerous still. I mean, the CC's just too good. Benji walks straight to death.
God, ambulance orbital, but not for Weaver. It was dangerous indeed. But for Columbia, as they walked in, they're still looking for this.
A good smite. Zadox gets out, and at this point, even if you lose St. Daniel, it's a worthwhile payment, right? Infernal's gonna be called out. Wait. Okay, knock up. Yeah. You get the finish. You're dead. I was like, man, please finish it off. Don't let him run away any further. I was very worried. But it's still good. Weaver go ahead. They get, I think it was an extra kill on top. And the most you're going to lose is some pressure on the bot lane. Honestly, not a terrible trade.
Herald being used to charge into this bot lane right now. Unfortunately, the minions won't be there to help get more than just the 2 plates. So Colombia, they get a bit of a consolation prize. But yeah, Weaver is becoming a problem. And the biggest problem right now, Sendy, who has been traditionally their biggest carry. Jexor has flashed. He went in.
Oh, great pull out the denial, but you flash straight in. The Ornhorn is just too easy, and Jexor is now just going to try and burn time, right? How much do you do? Oh, you're living. By the way, you're dodging out, and now you get back in. You're baiting time. Benji can't get the kill. Finally, Zadox is coming in. I don't know if you got this kill.
Yeah, he got this.
Q, one more. I'll take a jump forward. Hit a dodge out. You clone once again, and the cloak is just too good. A 1-for-1 trade with Tibbs getting a CS lead in the mid lane. Now a jump in by Pengu, gonna try and burn them out, but it's a rel. You're not gonna have enough damage. Well played by Weaver.
And once again, Zaddy is looking insane right now, bro. He's living up to that name of Zaddy instead of Zadox right now. But it's kind of not him. It's just lanes. The fact that St. Daniel bought so much time down bot when the engagement CC Pengu came through. Jexor bought so much time top, and Colombia thought they had the time. They were trying to gift the kill over the way of Benji. But Zaddy just made a beeline up there and managed to reap kill after kill. Now, Kazakh's 4-0-3. Even if you're an Ornn, you're a little bit scared to be on your own. And down bot, 4-0-2 for Sendy. We're seeing Paragon and Vondo struggle a little bit right now in that 2v2.
In the theater world, there is something as amazing support actors. There are people, players that are able to make the star look good. And I feel that's what Weaver are doing, right? Zadox, yes, you're strong, 4-0-3, same with Sendy. But you are propped up by the amazing play of the rest of the squad. And I want to see even more of it, right? I want to see better, and Vondo says, I want some too. Sendy under the tower is just annihilated.
Oh, that hook was pretty much picture perfect from Vondo. I actually thought it wouldn't hit. I thought St. Daniel would be picked instead. But as we expected, every time anything goes wrong, Zadox is there.
Remember what I said about teams kind of working together? It's there. You're going to get a snipe under the tower. No!
Oh, he didn't get killed!
Oh, no! Disaster strikes for Weaver as Paragon is a paragon of get out of town. Now, Scout of the Week keeps Tibbs a little bit locked down. What a shift. Columbia College forced a mistake out of Weaver.
That was fractions of health overall. You know what? Like, props to Columbia College for doing that, but also Zadox miscalculated his damage just by fractions of health. But this one will come back to bite them, of course. The fact that Zadox is off the field. Actually, never mind. It didn't hurt them as bad as I thought. I thought Columbia would be able to take a lot more health off that bot lane turret. And if anything, I'm actually a little bit worried for Benji. Chains of Corruption is available. If that lands, that's a kill.
It would be a disaster as well, right? Benji has had, honestly, a really good game this time around. 3-1-0 on a fast track to get all those upgraded abilities. And Tibbs hasn't had that authority to roam out and have a bit better picture, right? Being able to roam around with Zadox, which I think is what they were planning to do. And they've also lost a lot of control on the top side, right? This is now the second Rift Herald that Columbia College have been allowed to pick up pretty much for free. And Jexor hasn't been able to challenge. Remember, in game number 1, when they fought, Weaver were able to collect a lot of kills around these global objectives. So Columbia College, we talked about them slowing down the pace of the game. Yes, they're down a little bit of gold, but honestly, they're in a much better spot this time around.
Yeah, and maybe not compositionally exactly. They do have good scaling with the Syndra and Ornn, but we saw in game 1 as well. Columbia, you can't ever count them out as the game goes longer and longer. When they win that critical fight, it just means so much more. And this time, Weaver don't even have as big a lead as they did last game. Tibbs behind enemy lines right here. Zadox is nearby as well. Do Columbia know?
They do now.
Okay.
And Vondo's like, I'll eat that. Don't worry.
Yeah.
The main reason that they're doing this is Dragon is coming up in just about 20 seconds. And I'm really watching Jexor, right? This time around, for the first time, even in game 1, the staggered TP timers were really off. This time, both Arctic and Jexor's has TP available, so it really is going to depend on who gets what first. It's going to be a Herald drop, though. Columbia College are trying to deny the opportunity of Weaver to actually set up for this Dragon appropriately. They're saying you're going to lose one or the other, and it is going to be the Herald quickly taken away. No tower falls, but positioning to Columbia College. Uh-oh. Good dodge out. Benji allowed to live, but the Scout of the Week in response is going to cause some problems. Tibbs kind of drawing Colombia all different ways, right? Take a look at this difference. That's going to be a little bit of the scout of the week. Charm goes out, and now on the Dragon Pit, it's a bit of a difference. The strong side of Weaver chunk everyone out. St. Daniel is allowed to live, and Paragon and Benji go, how are we going to fight this? Out goes Pengu, but you flash straight into the Charm. Weaver play guerrilla warfare and win the battle in the jungle. Tibbs coming around with the red buff.
Still going!
Unleash power.
Okay.
I mean, you're going to die, but the price is so small because Weaver get Infernal Dragon and Soul Point.
And Paragon just not able to do anything there. Benji distracted by Tibbs. Weaver ripped them apart. And throughout all of that, that man on your screen, Jexor, was the insurance, the ace in the hole for Weaver. Because while that happened, Jexor not only proxied the wave, but actually almost killed Arctic Myths to boot. So it's been quiet up top, but that silence is an ominous one for Columbia College.
You ever describe a silence as loud? I feel like that's what it is, right? It's like, oh boy. There are some question marks. Another one here as Benji is just like, please give me something, but St. Daniel is just too strong. This tower will most likely go down unless Sendy wills, and they're actually going to trade out. They're going to give the tower, but TP in Jexor, this is going to be the backside. Here comes the split. Zadok says, I'm ready to fight. That's going to be a soul on multiples, and now the late TP call. Paragon is taking away low, but survives. And down goes that Paragon, but now the fight behind Jexor says, hey, your split Arctic Mist has to get away, but the concussive blows is enough, and they get the stun. Another slam works at home. The auto attack will take them down. Columbia College are in shambles right now as Weaver control this early game.
And Weaver is going to keep on pushing.
Benji's down. Columbia College are decimated as Weaver explode in the mid lane.
Pengu should be able to get that one off. Okay, I was worried Shano's gonna be able to stop that. And Weaver, beautiful flank, beautiful double TP to find that catch, and they just go charging in. Columbia, you take one of our targets, you take the outer, we will take everything in your mid lane to boot. And Weaver, that small lead I was worried about has now ballooned up as well. We went from 2K to 4,500. And for Columbia, they were doing so well before that too, and I think they just overestimated themselves a little bit, thought that, hey, we still have a turret, we can fall back to that, we're safe. But Weaver was like, nah, we collapse faster than you can even fall back.
And it's scary, right? The fact that you built a much tankier composition, right, on Columbia, you have Pengu on this tank in the mid to late game. Magnustorm is going to be nasty, and I mean, the Rel gets tanky. Weaver get the benefit of just the Rift giving them everything, right? You take a look, it's Infernal Soul, right? Like, what do you need to cut through tanks? Damage. What do you want to do? We want to throw an Infernal Soul at you. And what champions do you have to do it? You have Zadox, who is now 5-1-6. You have Sendy, who is powerhousing their way to being a monster. The Gwinsu's Rageblade is in pocket with the Bork. This is the prime optimal squad to shut down Columbia College if given this opportunity to fight a front to back.
Yeah, bro, I mean, you talk about the fact that the Rift's giving them everything they want, but Weaver didn't need it. What do you need to kill a tank? You've got a Varus to do that, on-hit Varus. What do you need to kill the squishies? You've got a fed Zadox, a fed Kha'Zix. They are going for Jexor here, but look who's in his back pocket. It's Zadox on the flank.
I feel like Jexor could have baited that even if they wished, and they just didn't want to. Instead, burned that flash, said, hey, maybe we don't have enough, and now St. Daniel shows. But that's a draw of 4, and guess what? Still, Tibbs on the bot lane is just having freeform days. Sendy, though. Sendy is caught. That's going to be a chain of corruption. It's just a slaughter. A fire taken. Sendy wins the 1v1.
Go ahead, flash that master. You deserve it, Sendy. And the whole reason why they're making that play orbital from the side of Weaver, why Jexor's not baiting harder, is because they don't need to. Tibbs is pressuring that bot lane as well, is taking that turret. And the fact that they found Benji was just icing on the cake. That gives them all the control on the map. Honestly, I would have liked to see them actually set up for this Baron, especially with that shredding Varus that they have. But Weaver have shown us in game 1, Baron is not priority for them. So instead of doing that, they're setting up, and it looks like they want the soul in that minute instead.
And I think it just leans into Weaver's gameplay of, we will punish you for very small things, even things that you don't think about, right? Columbia College, they roam up, they try and get some fights down. Pengu taking a little bit slower acting jungler. Weaver have continued to punish these small factors, and it's granted them a little bit extra. Taking a look here, this Dragon is going to be that next play. You talked about the Baron being a global objective. All vision is trying to be moved down towards this bot side. Tibbs has now been allowed to farm up to an excess degree and is 2.5 items in. Wave in the mid lane, not exactly properly prepped. So Columbia College trying to do their best. Recall coming in from Jexor. Everyone priming for this major play.
One ward is behind Columbia College near that bot lane, and keep an eye on that one because I'm worried about a Jexor or a Tibbs flank from that TP. Right now 10 seconds till Dragon comes up. Weaver don't have first move, they don't have vision, and they're gonna have to try and walk this one in.
Walk it in straight through the front door. Arctic Mist is taken a little bit low. That's a chunk that you don't want to see. Jexor comes around to the side. It's a good root, but that's the Chain of Corruption down. That's actually a big ult that they needed.
Yeah.
That's going to be a whiff. This is going to be dangerous. Zadok's, though,
Flank
ready
from
for the
Zadok.
flank, and they might sacrifice their HPs. Jexor says, hey, they're going to be in the fight. But in they go. Charm doesn't work. And look at the brutalization. 3 are dead in a flash. And all of a sudden, Zadok and Tibbs are out. What a dub for Columbia College. The brute force cannonball wins them the Dragon.
From Dragon to Baron, Orbital. Weaver can't really contest. The best they can hope for is Zadox to try and get in there and steal. But Orbital, we said this in draft, and I think it slipped our mind. One thing Columbia's draft does well is engage to all in, and you saw that zero hesitation. It feels a lot like game one when Columbia started finding their feet again.
Here it comes. Baron taking quite low. It's going to be a check. I don't even know if you want to look for it, because if you lose your life, you actually lose everything. And I think it's already down. That's going to be a snipe over the wall. Not really finding
Jump
it.
down.
They peel off? They peel off? I mean, it feels like it should be down. Oh, they're looking for the flank. Okay, that's understandable. They go ahead, finish it off.
Oh.
It is. Oh my gosh, that was low. By the way, that was 150 HP on it. That could have gone really badly as Zadox was get over the wall. Instead, though, it is going to be the chunk. Little bit of a bash, and Zadox gets out. Columbia College, they have found the turning point, it feels like, in this game.
And Orbital, if we think back to last game, when Columbia found their footing, they were down 10,000 gold. They're only down about 4 and a bit thousand gold this game. So you can see it's not that far. And I want to see what Columbia is able to do with their composition under siege conditions. This is not AP Kaisa. Her poke's not going to be incredible, but she does have poke. And with the Syndra, you still have the potential to find picks. The problem is, for Columbia, if they want to shove the wave, if they want to walk in with Baron, I don't know if they have enough vision to pull it off. They always have to be aware of the risk of a Zadox flank, a Jexor flank, a Tibbs flank. Basically, at this point, even if Sendy flanked, it'd be kind of scary.
The good news is if they do see Tibbs, they get a little bit of extra piece of information, right? The fact that Tibbs is actually itemizing very safe-wise means that it's not the assassin, like, full kill like we sometimes see. It's more of a, like, someone else is going to be there. Jexor is on the other side, knows that when the Ornhorn comes down, it's a full roam. And take a look at this. 5 are drawn to the top side with Baron, and this feels bad. For Jexors, you're ecstatic that you just wasted about 30 seconds of Baron timer.
Yeah, and that's a choice that Columbia is making as well, that they didn't go for that dive. At this point in the game, you've got an Ornn, you've got a Rel. You could have tower dove that if you wanted. And they just don't feel comfortable pushing out. That's why they're still looking for these picks right now, Orbital. Weaver, on the other hand, this time aren't able to punish the attempt at a gank at the top side. Yes, they shove out the wave, but they don't get any turret damage. So kind of just time buster for both sides. Columbia losing Baron, but they've got scaling, and that's their comfort zone.
They're okay with this setup, and now with the full 5 just marching down this mid lane. Oh no, Arctic Mist though, you're in a dangerous spot. You got knocked out of the E. You're gonna try and get to the wall, but you're done. You're over. You're over. It's gone. Arctic Mist turns into legends as they're only written down in paper. Death for the Ornn.
And now Weaver gets the counterattack, because even with Baron buff, which by the way is expiring in 30 seconds, one wave, what you gonna do? It looks like they're gonna leave Benji to try and find at least one outer turret, so they'll get something out of it. But that leaves only 3 members to stop the Weaver push, and an outer turret for an inhibitor is not a worthwhile trade.
Honestly, if Paragon gets caught here, it's like, it's gone, right? Like, it's so scary. You can see the jump out, and this turret is gone. It's over right there. Mid-inhibitor is going to fall. In comes the jump, though. Magnustorm draws so many. TP comes in. Sendy is actually stunned out, and it looks like Paragon's looking for the snipe. They do find it. Yes, they battle out, but Jexor wants to fight back. That's going to be a little bit of a charm. One more Q is going to land it, but Tibbs cannot do more than watch. This is a triple kill for Paragon before they fall.
4 for 1. That's a huge win to Colombia. Not how I thought they'd find the turrets on the push, because Baron's gone. But hey, you take that. Death timers though, Orbital, we're only 26 minutes in, so the death timers aren't that long. I don't know if Weaver can actually find an inhibitor. Maybe they find the turret, but I don't know if they get the actual inhibitor behind that turret.
I mean, they're going to try and force it right now. It may not be Paragon, but the chunks coming out of all 3 of these people will be enough to shred this tower easy. As you called, though, they don't want to run the risk. No reason to overset because Dragon is in 35 seconds.
And this is a bit of an awkward reset already for Colombia. Yes, with 30 seconds to go, they will be able to get to Dragon. But look at their route there. It's all dark. They have a couple of wards behind Weaver, but they've got no teleports to make use of it. So at least they'll be able to see when Weaver walks in. But once they're actually into the pit, that's dangerous territory for Colombia.
I mean, look at that, right? It almost slips the mind of Weaver. Like, are they actually going to have any wards? A lot of vision, but no TPs available. So Zadox is just like, I'm free roam. Right now, at this point, our main focus is just get Dragon. We're about to have another explosive fight, and it's so dangerous.
Get in, get out. The engage is going to come right away.
Oh, I thought it was going to wait a little bit longer, but they're going to call it. Ornhorn is blocked. Pengu goes in, misses the smite. Infernal Soul goes the way of Weaver, and they're going to look to try and finish out. Sendy is firing away in the back line. The shred is just too real, and it looks like it's done it. That is just death for Columbia College. The Cougars have been hunted, and Benji is the last one alive. They don't care. Weaver win everything there.
I have been bopped, I have been bamboozled, and I've been betrayed, Orbital. Where was my Columbia engage? We saw such beautiful engages coming out from them. And at that critical moment in that pit, we called for it. It kind of got split up. We didn't see the organized catch, and because of that, Sendy got the freest fight of his life in the back of that pit. Just stood there and autoed everyone. And that is Infernal Soul. That's that pop of damage that they didn't already need. They get the inhibitor to boot. And overall, they get to reset for this Baron. Remember to say 30 seconds too short? Well, 45 is just about right.
I mean, big props to St. Daniel, by the way. We've talked about everyone else on the team, but they pinched St. Daniel's champ pool. They tried in game 1 and in game 2. St. Daniel's, with those awesome body blocks, ensuring that that Ornhorn, that major engage tool was not available. Very well played. Everyone on Weaver's side is playing to an excellent degree. They are just a few moments away from possibly putting themselves in a sweep position. This red buff taking quite low. Neither jungler really wants to. Is going to smite it actually, because smite's up in about 15 seconds, so that's okay to do. A little bit of a grab though. The rest of the team, Columbia College, spreading out very far, trying to get information and vision. They're just going to start it up. Yeah,
because that smite went down. Now the smite is already back up, but they also saw Tibbs. And this isn't a full Baron commit from Colombia. They're just trying to burn the teleports right now to try and get that advantage that they can get, because Benji's will be up soon enough. And for Weaver, as much as they want that last fight, as much as they got Infernal Soul Orbital, they're still not that far ahead. And this game still rests on a knife's edge. This is what we expected coming into this series with how these two teams play. If it goes late, it'll come down to just that one last massive team fight. And Columbia College, they are still in it as far as team fights go.
And that's the scary part, right? This cannonball is about to explode if given the opportunity. Columbia College, they're blind right now, though. This is the other side. If it's identified by the side of Weaver, there is almost no information, right? On the backside of the pit, it's sure available, but that still doesn't show in the pit, so that's the problem. You can see them constantly vision checking. Tibbs not allowed to really slow down here, but Pengu realizes a few more people are there, so go back to safety. Benji on the bot side just hit level 16, ready with that level 3 ult. And 3.5 items in. This is a vastly different Sinja than we saw in game 1.
It is Jexor's TP back up as well as Arctic Myths, and I think that's one of the reasons why they abandoned that push from Benji in the bot lane. Right now, the Syndra split push is good, but only if it's not being matched by the Aatrox. I think Benji's going to remember the last time he tried to 1v1 that Aatrox, and the Gore Drinker had that surprise bit of pop. So Columbia taking it a little bit slower. Tibbs has to be careful, able to dodge out the hook, and that's going to buy time.
And remember, Tibbs is allowed to play like this because they went full safety. That's a Zanya's and Spell Shield, right? Like, that's so much safety in pocket. You can play that vision game. Benji getting sniped a little bit here, and Tibbs is going to try and do it. That's going to be a draw out. Quando realizes they're in a rough spot and the chunks are not as heavy as they used to be. That's gonna be called.
Okay.
Megastorm goes in. Who can follow
There's
up? They
engage.
do. That collapse is real, but the double Zanyas is there. Zanox on the back line is trying to do work, but Sendy is dead. No one else is available. Tibbs able to
Tibbs.
find the snipe, but how much more can
No
you
way.
get? Depth charge found it,
Okay.
and they get the kill. Columbia College, the perfect engage to find the perfect amount of kills.
There we go, Orbital. I didn't get it on the Soul, but we get it on the Baron instead. And again, we've said this before, these fights are massive at this point in the game. The death timers are 40 plus seconds, so no contest from Weaver. And Columbia College, their last Baron push netted them next to nothing. What can they find at this time? They're starting on a very bad position as double supers, 2 supers are sitting in their base in the mid lane.
I don't think that's going to matter, right? The ornaments have come their way through. Paragon with that little extra Runan's Hurricane. You shred through those. That's not the problem. The scary thing is Zadox is starting to become irrelevant, right? And I hate saying that, but the method to beat a Kha'Zix is literally just group up and don't leave each other's side, right? Like,
Yeah.
link arms, just Red Rover that, and you're good. Zadox is very quickly losing a lot of agency and a lot of priority and a lot of these flank opportunities that Columbia College understand. It is a fundamental piece. They're just like, we know how to deal with this.
And unfortunately, while the Death Ball works great against Zadox, it works terrible against Columbia. And Weaver keeps grouping up. And props to Pengu for always finding them in those choke points. And that Magnet Storm to kick things off has been epic for them. The push continues in the mid lane. So Zadox, while he's hunting Arctic Myths, they're losing pressure and priority in that mid lane.
Not just that, they lose priority in this dragon as well. This one is going to be kind of crazy, right? I haven't seen an Elder Dragon fight in ages, by the way. I have been casting for enough time. This is, I think, my second Elder Dragon that is going to be spawning on a game that I've cast. Like, that's crazy to me, right? Right now, it's going to be spicy because that's another part that we were kind of need. If they get this execute ability, all of a sudden those tanks are gone and that perfect engage, as long as Zadox and Sendy, or Zadox or Sendy or Tibbs are alive, or even Jexors, that can still swing the game. All of a sudden, Sendy is not the only priority member.
Maybe, Obra. I'm much more interested in the fight leading up to this Elder, because I think the fight might very well decide the game more than the buff itself. And you can see Weaver playing carefully,
Oh no!
but gets caught.
The sun
Sendy safe
is
though.
real, but the safety is
Oh.
more than nothing. It is annihilation as Sendy is just dead, and down goes Zadox. Columbia College, they found the stun, and they get the kills to push mid.
Yeah, and with the Baron buff still up for a minute, Orbital, this is why I said the fight's more important than the buff itself. They've got enough kills. They can go pushing in, and unfortunately for Weaver, the Varus turned out to be bait. The e-mobility of this champion and the ability for Columbia to decide when to go in has dictated how this match went.
All right, well, let's see what they can do. Again, Jexors and Tibbs are actually quite strong. That's going to be a root under the tower. Good little hook up there, but down goes one next to tower. They are about half HP. Paragon in the back line is just shredding the entire line. That's about 10 seconds left. Tibbs just needs to hang on a little bit longer, but I don't think they're going to be able to. In comes St. Daniel. They're going to try and body block, but how much can they really do? They got the GA. They need to hit this Nexus. They
Sendy?
need to finish them off. I think it's done. I think it's over. I think they got the game. Columbia College, give us a series and tie it up 1-1.
Well, if we said, Orbital, that game 1 was Weaver showing Columbia College, accepting that challenge and saying, here's how much we've improved. Game 2 is Columbia saying, hey, so have we, and this is why we were confident running into you. And Orbital, this is what makes this grand final so exciting. This isn't a walkover for either of these teams. It is a drag down, no holds barred slugfest to the end.
I can't wait to see what Game 3 brings us. Both teams playing on a knife's edge, and the only thing I can say is Columbia College, they still got to worry about that early game. It did not look pretty, at least completely out of the gate. We'll see what happens, of course. WSU and Columbia College will continue in just a little bit, so please do not go anywhere. We will be right back. It is officially a series here, and yet the game felt almost exactly the same. Early game going Weber's way. The stark difference, team fights galore going the way of Columbia College, a plan that they have tried and tested in the past, but finally allowed to execute here in game 2.
And overall, the game 2 draft was interesting because from game 1 to game 2, Columbia kind of threw their early game a little bit harder in that draft, right? Game 1, they still had the Callista. Game 2, they didn't really even have any winning lanes. But most importantly, they survived to their strong point, which is the late game where their comp starts to come online. And for me, that puts a lot of pressure on Weber now because what do? You've been winning all the early games, but you can't quite close out. Do you swap your picks to start going late game to try and match Columbia? Do you feel confident enough to match them at their strongest point?
Who knows? I mean, we are seeing Weber, I believe, now swap over to that blue side, but another thing I want to draw eyes to is Benjamax had a much better game this time around. I have to give credit where credit is due. Those Scat of the Weeks were by far the most important engage tool that they had in their back pocket, right? Multiple times we saw the Braum ult get kind of messed with that Braum, and this time around, it's a little bit different, right? The Scat of the Weeks are catching, and I wonder, in your opinion, RMC, do you also want to shift that mid lane around as well? The Ahri has had its moments, but it really hasn't had that, really crisp impact that we saw in game 1.
Let's not forget, Orbital, as amazingly as Tibbs has performed throughout this split, Tibbs is not a mid laner by trade. So I think part of this is chat pool issues coming through for the side of Weber right now. The Ahri, I think you hold to that because it hasn't been the issue. The Ahri continues to be a huge pressure point for the team. It's kind of just what you're doing elsewhere, with the rest of this team. And maybe at the top side a little bit, sorry, not the top side, maybe towards the jungle a little bit, especially in that game too, because the Kha'Zix was good, it was great, but it couldn't team fight the way that a Graves still could when it got ahead.
True.
And if you are struggling to close out games, then I think you need to pick a pick that can help you close out games. And an isolated picker like that doesn't help you that much unless you're either incredibly far ahead or the enemy team is playing a split push composition.
You know what? Maybe just go Gragas. Force everyone to split up. Hey, now you got isolated talks for free. I don't know. Don't actually do that, please. Taking a look here, though, we are ready for a draft. And Weaver, this time around, get a chance at a strong first pick, right? There are so many options available. And for my side, we have now seen also two very different situations occur, right? Game number 1, we saw the ADC and supports drop all the way down into those last picks. Game number 2, it was actually a high point. Both of them actually opted for very aggressive pickups in the early stages. The Varus was one of those. This time around, do we see a mix? What do we get? Because Weaver are still putting emphasis on that Orianna ban.
So here's the problem, bro. I don't know if blue side's better for Weaver necessarily. They've effectively blind picked the Ahri. They could effectively blind pick the Aatrox. So what advantage does blue side give you? Priority first pick. I think getting the Varus in game 2 was huge. Getting the Graves in game 1 was massive. And I don't think we're going to see that Graves open again. And I don't think that Columbia's worried about that Varus.
Nope, they're okay, right? It had its moments, but again, it felt like it was a few mistakes on Columbia's side, right? Step up, didn't realize the damage, didn't track Alex, whatever. The Graves is their main point. Hey, Graves, get that off, get that off, get that off. Last time it was a third ban, this time it's first. Very big difference there. Indu ban number 2 for Weaver's side, still going to be that Shogun, and that is a lot of respect now given to Arctic Mist, because Arctic had a little bit better time getting towards that late game in game number 2. Yes, had a lot more help. Don't get me wrong. There were a lot of 5-man roams up there. Still, very nice job. So we were still saying we'd rather just not see that Shogun.
And for Columbia, the bans last time were Ziggs, Nico, Graves. So the Graves is banned. I'm expecting to see the Nico continue being banned. And do they ban the Ziggs? Or do you just give Weber like first pick Ziggs and then try and find a counter? Because I think that's very, very viable to come through. And for Weber, their bans were Orianna, Cho'Gath, and J4. You're on blue side this time. I don't think you banned that J4. I think you first pick it.
Hey, you can go ahead and do that. For right now, the bans are staying pretty even. Like you said, that Nico just let nah. Surprisingly, though, really high respect handed to that rel if it is banned away, right? Pengu did not have, again, a solid early game, but the mid to late felt great with that Magnet Storm. It felt so strong, and it really forced the rest of Weaver to identify the fact that you can't leave bushes unattended, right? The number of times that we just saw a flash Magnus run from a bush, catch 4, just too strong. Good ban out, the adjustments are made, and now Columbia say, hey, we can't let that go over. I'm sorry, we can't let the J4 go into the hands of Weaver. We are going to see possibly that focus into the Varus once again for a second.
Okay, so that's interesting. Now, both the bot lane bans have been opened up by Columbia. So Varus is on the table, as is the Ziggs if Weaver wants to pick it. The interesting thing is, I don't think either of them are necessarily first pickable. Like, Columbia gave the Varus to Weaver last time, and they punished. And sure, the Rel was huge for Pengu. It felt like the primary engager or secondary engager to pull up a Nautilus. But there are other champions who can do that. And this is why I didn't like blue side for Weaver, Orbital. Wow, we are first picking Ahri because we couldn't get that on red side.
I do have a feeling Columbia are more than comfortable grabbing that one away. So, you know, it is a frustrating matter. I think that has to be said. This is one of the downsides that we don't get to talk about too often. When you have a player that has an unfortunate kind of champ pool situation, these are things that can be played on. Columbia playing to their strong suits of, we know we can force you to do this. We can also now predict what you're going to add onto it. So many jumps from games 1 and 2. Okay, we can cut that away. The Poppy locked into play.
That's really interesting and a complete 180 from last game where Columbia just all in on engage. And I wonder if this changes up the rest of Columbia's plans. With the Poppy, you've got really good disengage, you've got strong early ganking. And if you want to pick the Syndra, that's the other blind I expect to see continued from last game from Columbia. But everything else, I think you can start building, you know, more ranged, more safety, and pick a hyper carry potentially like a Jinx. Whereas for, so there you go. You go the Syndra, you know, strong disengage still works very well with the Poppy. And for Weaver, then where do you go from here, right? Because normally they pick jungle and top lane. You can probably still Aatrox right now, betting on the fact that Arctic Myths is going to go a tank.
Ooh.
Into a Poppy?
This is the other side of things that did kind of throw us for a loop. We saw the Nocturne ban in game number 2 when you had to drop down the jungle ban list. And so Weaver, they're actually trying to hard predict the fact that, hey, Columbia are actually going to double ban out our jungle side again. So we can't let that happen. And as you said, that Aatrox very understandable, but yeah, the Nocturne, I feel this is more comfort than anything. Hey, I'll take it into a Poppy. I don't really have a choice.
Okay, that's interesting to me because I don't think that a Nocturne to Poppy is that great an idea. I do feel like there's a lot of disengage or even worse, isolation, because we think of Nocturne as finding isolated targets, but Nocturne himself can be isolated, and he's not good as primary engage. So Weaver wants to run this Nocturne. They have to pick a hard engage bot lane, something like a Nautilus to go in and kick things off, something like a Leona or a Rakan, and I expect to see those banned out. Oh, that's a change.
Ooh. Do it. Do it. Lock it in. Give us something different. Don't do the Ornn. Please get... Yes!
Okay!
Arctic Mist bringing out another myth in the back pocket. You can play something else in the tank. Yeah.
So, we've cast Columbia a long time ago, Orbital, last year and back in the NECC. And at that time, Arctic Mist wasn't the weak side king for this team. He had lane dominant picks, things like Urgot, like Camille, like his Mordekaiser comes to mind. But this year, he's been playing more tank than anything else. I think for the last little while, he's really been playing more tank than anything else. So this is a return to his roots, and I like this from Columbia. They are changing things up despite the win, and they want to have an early winning lane for a change. They want to shut down Jexor and make sure that he's not comfortable just blinding this Aatrox going into the rest of the series.
You got to make a statement, right? You got to give a little bit of, you got to give yourself a little bit of presence. And now with that pickup, you now identify, hey, we got to take these other options out, right? The Varus banned away, same as the Ziggs. This is understandable. The Kai'Sa being taken away from Paragon, which is very surprising, but I can appreciate it. Weaver had a very hard time shutting that down.
Okay, this is interesting. And the fact that Weaver is the one constantly banning the Kai'Sa is not ideal. It's Paragon's most played in solo queue, but it has been Sendi's most played here in the ECAC. And taking away that Kai'Sa means that Ezreal is back on the menu, Orbital. You can go ahead, pick that Ezreal. It's not great into Nocturne, but with the Syndra, with the Poppy, and with the defensive support to pair with it, I think it's a really solid pickup against what Weaver have already drafted.
All right, we'll go ahead, bring out the meat on the table, say, hey, let's get that Ezreal, or get another safe pick, I don't know. Go ahead and do whatever. It's there, it's open, go ahead and pick it up. It's easy lock-in. Now Weaver, realizing that they could not bank on that, have several options. The Lucian is available, and Sendi could go for a harsh game, and it is locked in.
It reminds me of game 1 where we saw the Kalista Renata, but it was flipped. At that time, it was Weaver playing the Ezreal, which won out at the end. And now Weaver is playing the winning matchup, the hard lane matchup, pairing it with the Rakan as well. So there's your engage to go with the Nocturne. I actually really like that pickup. But it does mean that's a little bit squishier early on. And I would love a Tark right here.
Do it, please. Please lock it in. Please, please, please. I have not seen Tark in so long. I have in TFT because I love TFT and it's very fun. But I want to see a Tark.
Oh, boo, no, go back to Tark.
No. Tark. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. It is going to be the Nautilus. This one makes a lot more sense. Tark would have been great. With a very funny scenario of, hey, as soon as that paranoia comes down, you just, you're good, you're safe, whatever. But the Nautilus does make a lot more sense to deny a lot of possibilities that can come out.
Yeah, and you still got the lockdown onto the Nocturne. Nocturne can only shield one spell. We already mentioned the Poppy, the Syndra. Now you're adding Nocturne in there. Nautilus in there as well to counter the Nocturne. What Colombia have drafted is good, and more importantly, what the Nautilus brings that Taric doesn't is engage potential. So now Colombia can also look to counter engage if they need to, or engage first if they need to. Not that I think they will, because Weaver's comp is a go forward comp. This comp is not going to kite back super comfortably. If they're on the back foot, they will struggle into the likes of a Syndra and Ezreal, who can pick them off from range. So Colombia, comfort zone. And my eyes, this game, Orbital, top lane. That Ergon for Arctic Myths right now, that is a huge departure from his previous style, and that to me is the wild card of this game.
We were talking about the fact that Colombia were like, hey, you got to put a little bit of effort into the top side to help out and alleviate this pressure. That is now actually flipped on its head. It's now saying it's actually a viable point to push if you want a lead. So those two mindsets, for anyone kind of tuning in and wanting to learn more about League of Legends, those two mindsets are vastly different. And that's why we talk about predicting your opponent a lot of the time. RMC was talking about a lot in games 1 and 2. How can we predict so many of these options? This is a masterclass in a difference. If we see Pengu start moving towards that top side in a much more aggressive manner, it will be identified, and hopefully Weaver see the same. Now, granted, that is not a definitive. That is a possibility. We will say that. But with how the drafts have been and how we are currently sitting in this series, a shakeup has to occur, and we want to see it in the top lane. So let's get into it. Columbia College and Weaver ready to roll for game number 3, and we already have a shift. The group up of 5, Columbia College say, let's invade.
The level 1 cheese. There's no problem this time to protect against this Nautilus. And Orbital, it's funny enough that we're talking about wanting a change, because the team that wants a change is Weaver. Colombia just won the last game. They don't need to change, but they're still choosing to. Sendy should be safe unless somebody from Colombia actually decides to flash. They'll just take out the board for now. And early gold going the way of Vondo, and I didn't see who else. Oh, and Paragon, of course, getting that kill credit on the board.
You know what? 10 gold, GG, go next. It's already over. We're good. It's a big dub, you know, whatever you want to say. A single ward in the backside, though, by Weaver saying, hey, we're going to go ahead and try and keep information, which is appropriate, right? A lot of the time, we actually haven't seen these silly invades, these silly situations that occur. And right now, if we do get to see Zadox get punished, this is a big shift up, right? Zadox has been very appropriate in being an annoyance in the early game. If Columbia College are actually able to section them out, that's going to be a viable pattern. This heavy late invade will catch them off guard. There is no ward, and it's a full invade coming in. St. Daniel gets a double knockup, tries to run away. The Ignites go down, and Paragon gets first blood, but a kill goes right back to Zadox. And now the CC chain comes out. Pengu taking quite low. Zadox is waiting. Sendy flashes over the wall, and Zadox is now alone, and I don't think you can fight an ADC on your own. You have got to run away. Big dub for Columbia College.
And because Sendy is so low as well into the pit, which is risky against the Poppy. Did Pengu see him? Pengu saw him.
Oh, that's mean. Pengu, flashy as always, takes the kill for themselves.
Okay, so let's take stock. That was Paragon getting first blood, getting a kill and an assist. And Pengu gets a kill and an assist, but it's matched by Zadox getting that kill as well. So the big advantage for Columbia College is going to come out from this bot lane, where Paragon not only gets those early kills, is getting early shove, and Sendy will miss some of those minions. The XP is going to be huge.
This already sets up the early game in heavy favor of Columbia College, and we really, really need to keep track of this one, right? As you said, level advantage, wave advantage to the side of Paragon and Vondo. How will Zadox actually kind of funnel into this? Because now you're still waiting for level 6, right? As a Nocturne, you're waiting for level 6. You can't really early game gank, so you're now put on the back foot. Identification is marked though. Pengu is actually going to fall behind a little bit. You can see the farm difference a little bit off kilter. So maybe we get to see a shift there. Right now though, level 2 is currently being hit, and now a jump forward. St. Daniel gets rooted up. You are going to have the dash back, but that's all it really is. So Sendy not able to really output any damage in response.
Yeah, no flash on St. Daniel means that next time that hook lands, it could very well be a kill, and Vondo Paragon continuing to push up. Hook lands again on St. Daniel.
Oh, and that poke is starting to bring a lot of value back, right? Both Sendy and St. Daniel for the first time, I would like to add, for the very first time, stuck in a dangerous spot. Now, Zadox saying, hey, you invaded me, but now I can invade you. You don't have flash. You don't really have anything, and I have red buff, but Benji reaches into the grass and says, hey, thank you very much for that one. It is a rotate in, though, as Pengu is forced back to the wolves.
And I think Pengu actually managed to get everything except for one of those raptors. So really not too bad a position for Pengu whatsoever. Tibbs having to eat quite a bit of minion damage to actually rotate in because of how deep Zadox went on that particular push. So Colombia, they're going to sit comfortable. And one thing I do want to talk about as well is about Zadox on this Nocturne, kind of falling behind a little bit early. It's going to hurt the lanes a lot because Pengu on the Poppy with the phase rest was already going to actively look for ganks compared to the Nocturne who wants to farm. And that's going to isolate Jaxor in this top lane, who might already have a bit of trouble with this Urgot. I would love to see Colombia almost switch to vertical jungle, leave Paragon and Vondo alone on that bot lane island. We know they can play safe, and just go ahead and punish Jaxor repeatedly instead.
It also feels bad that Arctic Mist got the cannon and then missed three casters at the end. And it's just like, oh, that sucks. It's still good though, right? As we said, Arctic Mist, we do want to watch for this change-up, see how it really plays out. Still, heavy invades. You were talking about vertical jungling. I don't think it's happening, right?
No, not
another
at all.
invade and walk in by Pengu and Vondo saying, we're not even going to vertical jungle. We're just going to be an annoyance. We're going to be your annoying factor behind. And I mean, will it work? Zadox only level 4. A little bit of a peek in as Vondo wants to step up. A little bit of a wandering. A hello being made as Pengu is also looking for a viable dragon, but St. Daniel trying to turn it around. Sendy gonna get good poke down, and the Lucian not exactly in a great spot.
Yeah, the waves kind of blocked Paragon from actually being able to land a lot of those mystic shots, so a good trade from Sendy and St. Daniel. But overall, let's go back to the vertical jungle point, because normally the reason why you call for that is that Weaver should have full control over this bot side, should enable Zadox to invade with lane priority in that bot lane. Paragon has a Sheen already, so that's not happening. And look at what Sendy had to build. Sendy went with a Cull instead because of how the early game went. That Lucian is nothing close to the lane dominant monster we expected. The fact they're able to answer back in that trade speaks volumes, I think, more about St. Daniel and Sendy knowing when their power spikes are and knowing how to play around that wave.
Oh, Tibbs is playing with a lot of danger in the back pocket, right? Burning that ult now means you are very susceptible to a little bit of damage, and Benji try to get the scout of the week off, and now it's going to be a dance forward. Tibbs more than happy to look for the charm. Misses that one, and Benji doesn't really have mana behind. Needs to land another Q and gets it. Do you have enough for the scout of the week? You flash forward, and that's going to be almost a kill. Tibbs lives on a scout amount of health.
What was that, 17, 18 health? I think Tibbs ended
Yeah.
up dipping to. It was real close. And unfortunately, Benji just needed that one more auto. Does it? Flash is traded. TP's going to come back in, and I think Tibbs is going to be okay with how that trade went. The Spirit Rush should be coming up a little bit sooner, but it's a very, very small window, and I'm not confident that Zadox can take advantage of it.
I mean, Tibbs even optimized once again towards this defensive, went for those Merc Treads, and this has been the name of the game, right? As you said, a little bit of a difference in the champ pool, not exactly a mid laner, so you opt for that defense. Instead, you help out your jungler, you start shining that spotlight down, and I mean, we're still waiting, right? Zadox has been sitting on level 4 for the past, I want to say, minute and a half. I'm like, please hit level 5, please hit level 6. I want to see action around the rift. There's level 5. Okay, so you need another, like, rotation through the jungle, I think, before we're going to see those paranoias.
On the bright side, well, depending on whether you're a Weaver fan or a Columbia fan, Pengu hasn't really been able to get too many ganks off either. And with Poppy, especially if you're going the phase rush route, one of the things she has is really high base damages. It catches a lot of people off guard. And we haven't seen Pengu actually ganking any of these lanes. So I think if you're Zadox, you're happy with that. Even if you're a little bit behind in farm, you're not really behind in pressure by any means. And this wraparound, holy.
Oh, wow. I mean, Arctic does have flash, but you're feared out. Oh, no. I think you're just dead. You did not give respect to that fear, and it's first blood or a good kill on the top side. Not first blood, man. My brain completely forgot about that early game shenanigans.
Oh, it's been like 5 minutes since we saw blood. So.
And 5 minutes in League of Legends term is like 10 minutes in real life. Like, my brain does not hold that long. Right now, we are getting a little bit of action inside this river, as well as Pengu trying to fight over this scuttle. And Zadox says, please give me a chance. That's going to be a push back, and you don't really have a chance because now you put yourself in a dangerous situation. That's going to be level 6. Zadox gifted a kill.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Pengu, you've got a lot of base damage, but it's burst damage. So you don't win these extended trades against Nocturne. Never have. The whole way you play that Poppy is more just disengage for your team and utility, which messes up what Nocturne wants to do. You don't get to fight there. And Arctic Myths, no TP. So that was a 2v3 right from the get-go. And for Columbia College, not only do they lose the Herald, but they lose out a kill as well.
Oh, that's going to be a good hook, but I think Tibbs is fine. Well done. Tibbs, you know, for as much as we're saying, as matchup doesn't really favor the Ahri as much, it's still amazing how much Tibbs has been allowed to attract pressure and not die. Because if that were me, I would have been dead like 3 times over. 100%.
Yep, and to be fair, Syndra skills up. That's when the matchup becomes unfavorable. Early on, it's still really, really hard to kill Ahri, and there isn't enough damage for Benji, but we've seen the skill come through for Benji later on. Arctic Myths, who are now fighting in the minion wave against Jexor. I don't know if that's the winning play, but they were just buying time for Pengu.
I mean, no real world ender, and I mean, the Poppy does have red buffs, so the chase is good. If you want to use the Keeper Verdict, you're good. That's going to be a flash out from the Fear Beyond Death. Really well timed.
Yeah, Keeper's Verdict stun kind of used up there, so it won't be available for that next skirmish. And Orbital, seeing Pengu use that Keeper's Verdict reminded me, Zadox has Paranoia. Where does that first Nocturne ult go?
I say bot lane to have a little bit of fun, because Benji said I'm here as well. I mean, as soon as he saw that drawdown, I'm like, please go for it. But I will say, every level that we see Zadox roam without using that ult is going to be another level of disappointment that I'm going to have. Just a saying right there, right? Like,
and you think I'm bad with J4 level 2 ganks?
Yeah, like, it's just like, listen, if you're level 6, you should be able to ult. Level 7, I understand. Level 9 and you haven't used that Paranoia one, come on, bro. Like, honestly. This is going to be scary, though. Pengu does have that channeling, and Tibbs says, okay, there we go. We get the fight, and it's going to be the punch, a flash over the wall, and you get the kill. Well done. You know what, Zadox, you're good. You're good in my book. Even if you die here, you're going to spearhead around, and you live.
Can he actually get out?
Oh, I don't think so. That's going to be the spell
shield
and you juke wrong way. The speed up is going to be there. A little bit of a lot. No way.
No shot.
No. You're good. Zadox, the mad lad, survives on one of the least mobile champions ever.
Holy Zaddy, I can't believe that. The chase, this is really rough for Colombia because there's so many, it feels like missed opportunities where they're just losing by slivers on these plays. But what we have to remember is Colombia doesn't need to make good on these plays. Yes, Urgot was expected to win the lane, but Syndra, Ezreal, these guys scale up, and Poppy's utility we've mentioned before. It's not about her early damage. The early ganks are nice, but they're not game defining. So my eyes are still on Weaver to see how they can accelerate the mid game, because they've won every early game so far, and this game has been no different.
The only difference is the last time, I think game number 1, both teams traded out dragons at the early stages. Game 2 was all Weaver. This time around, it's 2 to CC, and they're looking for a little bit more. St. Daniel doing everything and then some to keep Sendy alive, and I mean, they hang on very well. Don't really lose a whole lot of summoner spells. Now, a little bit of retribution in the top side. Jexor is like, I got teammates too. I'm going to have some fun. Charm comes out, Slaughter in the top side, and they even draw the TP. 100% worth.
Yeah, I think they were thinking, okay, Arctic Mist can survive a bit longer. Well, surprise, he's not on attack this time, so we'll go down very quickly, and Jexor continues to be a beast. Now, for Colombia, that topside pick, even if it doesn't work out, they can always fall back towards picking a tank. But that's looking outside of this game, and within this game right now, that's a good acceleration from Weaver. What else can they find? Because kills are good, but this game isn't really about kills. It's about objectives, and Herald being dropped into mid lane, that is an objective.
Vondo's like, please, can I stop? Nope, I can't stop Herald. That's an unfortunate moment. You can see there, negative gold in Vondo's pockets because, of course, you can as a support. And the gold difference is leaning into a little bit of that top side in jungle, right? One of the largest leads that we've seen individually is in Zadox, so really well done there, 3-0-2.
Yep, and so far, Zadox, we've seen, what, one Paranoia, I think we used to find that pick in the jungle. It is back off cooldown. And so, if you're Weaver and you're looking to try and accelerate the pace of the game right now, Herald would probably be nice. Dragon to deny. And that, to me, speaks to these side lanes. I want to see picks happen in the side lane. Mid lane would be great if you're confident you can pick Benji. But Benji's been doing a great job when he's in lane, making sure that he always has dominance and he has flash to get out.
There's also a little bit of a shift, right? Benji has opted for the, I think it's the Ludens pretty much both games. Some around going Leandri, saying, hey, I need that kind of funneling difference. Even on the top side, it looks like Jexor is not going to have a good time. I don't know if you really have anything, but Paranoia goes down, and it looks like you might have had a little bit of time. That's going to be the fear, but it's not going to be enough. Trade 1-for-1, and now Zadox is more than happy to find it out. There is no flash, and I mean Zadox slaughtering behind, double kill for the Nocturne.
With how fast Zaddy was attacking there, he looked almost like a blender. And just in time, too. Herald is coming up. So that is a place that Colombia can't really protect. Yes, there's TP, but it's got good enough bot side. St. Daniels?
Oh, St. Daniels, I mean, you're still going to dash away and you live, but you leave Sendy alone. And I think Sendy's about to die. In the mid lane, Tibbs, what is going on here? A Q to finish it off, and Paragon barely gets something. But that is not just a simple 1v1 50-50. Tibbs wins out with almost 60% HP.
Okay, huge for Tibbs. And topside, the action just don't stop. Jexor, or not Jexor, pardon me, that was Zadox who just took down that topside turret. Tibbs now, though, no flash, no spirit rush, and all of Colombia, or most of Colombia, charging at him.
Maybe you get, yeah, you're pinned, you're dead. Well picked up at the end, but still the damage is done. Weaver have made a cross-mat play look easy, and they're going to make another one. Flash is good for Bengu, but you're drawn in, and now the Keeper's Verdict doesn't do anything. You're feared you're going to die. Or if not, the rest of the team is there. Another slam down, as in they go. A jump over as Jexor follows, and now Arctic Myths has to run for the hills. Another knockup and a fear. This time you flash away from it. No, the follow! No! That's gonna be an auto attack. You're still alive! You're fighting under tower, guys! Stop! Please, for the love of God!
I can't believe that Arctic Myths must be kicking himself right now. Death from Beyond went the wrong direction. You picked this Urgot. It's not been working, and I can't help but question, what's this Arctic Myths saying? Give me a matchup I can win. I am sick of pinning weak side, or whether it was a coach call, because yeah, if it's Arctic Myths calling for it, I don't think we're going to see this Urgot again next game. And huge collapse from Colombia. If they didn't do that, they lose Herald. As it stands, they delay the Herald take. Weaver still have the advantage around this top side if they want to play to it. Paranoia, once again, Orbital, back up from Zadox. There's a lot of vision up there, so Colombia has to be very careful how they approach this.
I think that also leads us up to the fact that Weaver are probably going to be focused around this dragon, just saying, hey, we're going to try and pick this one up. We're not going to allow this clean sweep of the Drakes. So, you know, we're going to go ahead and just kind of keep eyes on the top side. Tibbs still split pushing for their life, 2-1 and 2. I mean, Benji's having some fun too, right? By the way, this is still very safe, Tibbs. Tibbs just being an annoyance on the backside, but Benji ready with that burn damage. Now into this over the wall. Are we... Ooh. I was wondering if Pengu was actually going to follow through, but yeah, like, I got the rest of the team. I'm good to go.
Yep, and this is kind of risky because of how far ahead Zadox is. Normally, I'd say that's fine, but Zadox is pretty much going to guarantee the death of one member of Columbia College, even if it's the tank who steps up and it gets isolated. Tibbs, one thing we have to keep eyes on, stopwatch, already in inventory. So Tibbs can go for the flank engage and be perfectly safe on it.
All right, well, here we go. That's going to be a dash over the wall. St. Daniel looking in. The lights are out. But how much are they going to split? That's going to be a chance onto the bot side. You see that fight working. But you're still good. Paragon is still alive. Are you kidding me? They slaughter the fight, and they win. Weaver are now trying to do cleanup work. But Fear Beyond Death keeps Arctic alive as well. Sendy, not as strong as you would hope. They finally get the 2 kills. But Bondo is still alive. And now Arctic is now getting chased. Because guess who's very much alive? Quadra kill for Sendy.
You know what? Zadox might be the biggest carry, but Sendy's gonna try and contest him. This Lucian who struggled, who got picked off in that early level 1 fight, who had to buy a cull to lane Orbital, has finally bared his fangs, and this is why he's the big carry. And for Colombia, I want to laud them for how they played that fight, because they played it perfectly. Pengu disengaged Zadok immediately, the way you're supposed to. The Keeper's Verdict kicked him out. Despite that, Colombia, in that resulting 5v4, were not able to win. That's not good for them. Yes, they can skill. Yes, they have survived worse, Orbital. But still, Weaver has full control from that for at least the next 5 minutes.
I hate the fact that I lost track of Zadox because I know Zadox is strong, right? And I was like, where did Zadox go? He got punted out by the Keeper's Verdict and just came in and was like, I'm here, the lawnmower blending away in there. There are so many parts of Weaver that you have to really just respect to the back of your heart, right? Because Columbia College, they fought that about as best they could. And yet Weaver still are finding ways to just be an annoyance. Like that constant cockroach that'll never die. It's frustrating to deal with. And I mean, once we hit about 25 minutes, then Columbia College are going to have that giant ball comp again and just kind of rush through you. For right now, as you said, Weaver are still in good territory, good standing for the ratings. And I mean, once we hit about 20 minutes, who knows? Maybe you can look at that Baron for a little bit of funsies.
You just point out, as you're talking about a giant cockroach, our observer was looking at Arctic Myths on this 6-legged monstrosity, just running around and thinking, yeah, to be fair, Arctic Myths has been kind of hard to keep down. Despite dying 4 times, he's not that far behind, actually, in terms of CS, behind Jexor. So, you're right, you know, Colombia, they're still in it. They haven't lost any of the inner turrets. Heck, they still have an outer turret.
Oh, Sandy.
Oh.
Flash out and a flashback in. And St. Daniel saves him again. You might almost turn it around. Pengu taking quite low. They did about as much as they could, honestly. And well done on Weaver on the counter engage.
They did blow the flash and cleanse off of Sendy, so there is an opportunity, but it was traded with the flash from Pengu, so Pengu won't be able to replicate that success. And now, with the health advantage, here we go.
I mean, you're going to try and fight it, but no one else is able to follow up. And, I mean, can you really follow in? No. Look at the split. Right now, Weaver are too far away from each other. You turn off the lights, though, and you do allow that bot lane tower to fall.
That was actually really scary. I thought Zadox was going to be able to find at least 1 kill in the midst of that. And the HP advantage, or that we're talking about, still heavily in favor of Weaver. So even though they don't find any kills, they still get this shove in, and they'll be able to get the serve.
It's just going to be easy. Another scout of the week, though, causing problems. Tibbs looks for the flank and is able to find one, but Pengu watches as Zanyas pops off, and the rest of the team has to scatter. It is not going to be any deaths, but again, the breakage of these towers in Weaver's favor.
Just as we were saying, that
No,
all the inner turrets are still standing. Tibbs.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh! No
There was
phase,
no way
phase.
that reached, but you're just being a giant pain in the butt of Benji right now.
I'm just trying to think, is that enough? Oh, mid lane. Paragon's on his own. No backup, no fuel.
Oh, and you don't have that E available. Sight goes out, and it's not going to land, and it's going to be a solo kill as Zadox goes godlike.
Okay, this is a problem. Colombia, I think that was a little bit of an overreach. They got greedy. They saw an opportunity. But right now, you're in damage control mode. You cannot be pushing out like that. And this game, unfortunately, Arctic Myths isn't the scaling monster that he was in the last 2 games with that Orange. So, going down 10k, okay, I know they've come back from that back in game 1. But overall, I don't know if I feel confident they can do that here in game 2. And Weaver is accelerating so much better in this game 3 than he did before. And Weaver won game 1. Let's not forget that.
It was a moment, and I think that also draws to the fact that you pointed out earlier, right? Arctic Mist does not feel exceptional on the champion, and I think something that we were kind of not giving a lot of leniency is the fact that once you go past about 30 minutes or so, Ornn will have done their job, right? You're already hitting those breakpoints for the ornaments, and it made that gold lead feel much sooner, right? Each ornament, we discussed it, the difference in number. I can't even talk right now. I wanted to go into my big lecture, my 101 lecture, but I can't even do that. Jexor was like, hey, we're going to have a fight. But the idea that the gold lead actually shrank because of the ornaments, the buffs coming out, you don't have that anymore. So what we see on the top side is almost, I want to say, a true gold difference that will be persistent throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, well, the top goal difference hasn't been massive. It's still mostly about Zadox and now probably Sendy as well with this Lucian. Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. And the fact that Colombia picked up the first 2 tracks is massive.
Pengu's gonna get feared back. Still pretty strong,
Okay.
so you're able to take it out, but no one else is really there because of the split fight. And you just go on the other side. They just found out the Arctic Mist was alone, and Sendy steps forward as well. But Jexor, you TP straight to the middle and pay for your crimes. Way too aggressive from Weaver.
The chase down Zaddy gets hooked!
It's so good, so easy to do, and the one person you didn't want to give it to gets 1,000 gold to Paragon.
Tibbs with a flank position with St. Daniel. Are they going to try and contest this? I'm going to be honest, I don't
No.
think anybody's low enough. Pengu is regenerating even as they're hitting this dragon right now. And out of nowhere, again, Orbital. Every time it feels like we start to doubt Columbia College. Every time I'm like, I don't know if they can come back. They find the miracle engage and they punish Zadox for the over-eager catch. You can't kill Pengu, not when the whole team's there.
And I mean, this is way more freedom around this Baron this time as well, right? Zadox is going to be down. Nocturne is not going to have that ult ready. I think this is Baron. It's going down a lot slower than I thought, though. This is going to be problematic. In goes St. Daniel, and they are going to peel off. So Columbia College do not want to risk that factor.
I was getting kind of scared there too for Weaver. I mean, Sendy's still there, even if Zadox isn't. And Zadox's paranoia is actually back off cooldown. So there was a very real possibility of Columbia getting too many Baron stacks on them and then just getting burst through by the side of Weaver. I much more prefer that they decide to peel off. They don't want to throw this. Take your time, set back up. And again, we're starting to hit that point, I think, where Zadox might not be able to go diving in alone. It has to be St. Daniel initiating or Jexor finding a flank. If Nocturne goes in solo, well, he got out this time, but he might not the next.
It's a little bit of a test, right? This is a hump that I think Weaver have to get over. They've been in this position for 2 games straight. Now they need
100%.
to break away from this game 3. If they are able to, they put themselves, you know, in more ways than one, right? You're on series point, right? That's one thing, but it's almost like a mental block, right? Whenever you reach this point, it's hard to identify ways to get away with this game, and this might be one. Over the wall you go and into the bush, and that's gonna be a kind of a weak miss. Because of that, that's the flash into the tower, but I don't think it's gonna help. You just die. Zadox and Tibbs, they've been looking to make this dive duo work, and they find it. But the Baron hasn't started up on the other side. No Nocturne ult, and because of that, Jexor is caught. That's now the 3rd time he has been cut out. He will not live.
No paranoia, no spirit rush does mean that Weaver won't be able to punish on this side of the map. They are hunting, but I'm not sure who are the hunters and who are the hunted in this play. Zadox and Sendy, I think, have a much better idea. Just go where Columbia isn't and just brute force down this mid lane. Take that turret, get it for free.
I don't think they get it for free. It's not going down as quickly as they thought. The wave was a little bit slow. And now Pengu can keep everyone sealed into this dangerous spot. St. Daniel ready to run a little bit of interference, but Arctic wants this kill, right? You have red buff. Fear Beyond Death, good body block by St. Daniel. And I think that means they're out, right? Pengu's still chasing, but I mean, how much more are you going to get?
And Tibbs just split pushing on that top side as well means that Columbia can't overextend. Somebody has to go up and deal with that. And Orbital, this mid game is very, very tense. It feels like it could go either way. And I think it feels that way because of how the last 2 games have gone. Weaver won game 1, but it was off mistakes from Columbia College. And Columbia College won game 2, partially off mistakes from Weaver. So both these teams right now don't want to overextend. They don't want to make that mistake.
I mean, this is the overextension time, though. Zadox says, I got my team this up. And then knock up on Paragon as well. The shutdown is real. And Sendy slows him down. Double kill to Sendy as Weaver chase for the Baron.
And, yep, they just go right for that. Unfortunately, for the side of Columbia, no Pengu means not just no smite, but no tank to go in and actually look at that Baron pit. Without Paragon, you don't have good poke either.
Of all times, you were just discussing the oversteps, the possible damage that can be done with it, and it's almost like you're a psychic, because this is not what Columbia College thought. They were the first ones to start Baron this game, but it's Weaver to take it home.
And now Weaver on the push. They don't have the best siege comp to do this. Ari and Lucian kind of shorter range on their autos compared to a lot of other marksmen or even some mages. So they've got to step up, and for Columbia, where do you go with this, right? We saw in game 1, the way they tried to come back was just constant aggression, constant pushing. But with Zadox, I think the split push is much more effective for Weaver this time if they want to go sort of a 4-1 split push, keep the Nocturne with the 4. And if anybody goes for that one, who likely will be Jexor, you just collapse in on them and you can probably 2v3 with Zadox in your back pocket.
I'm just super frustrated because as much as we're talking about this, we're literally in the same spot that we've been in games 1 and 2. Like, this is absolutely no different than where we've been before. It's literally right here. That's the breaking point. It might happen again. Lights go off as they try and dive in, and maybe they found the backline. Paragon's down. The snipe this time is not a tank, and the split fight works, and the Gorillas favors Weavers have sectioned off everyone of Columbia College. There is no Urgot. Benji again lives on slivers, but you're not looking for the kills. You're looking for the inhibitors.
Well, they've sent St. Daniel and Tibbs to try and stop Benji's recall as much as possible. And without Benji, there's no wave clear on the side of Columbia College. Arctic Myths cannot wave clear safely. It's taking a bunch of damage to do this. The hunt continues, but I think Benji's pulled it off.
Yeah, Benji's fine. That might actually. Oh no, it's not actually done just yet. By the way, you have to run it. You have to run to mid lane because you saw them walking around in the jungle, and they're gonna find it. Tips just spot them.
Surely
that's gonna be the spot, and now you run for your life. That's a that's the kill. You get the dub. Tim says thank you very much.
And that's gonna be a dragon for Weaver as well to boot. Benji removed. Nobody else in Columbia able to push in. Inhibitor went down in the mid lane, so Weaver has done what they needed to with the Baron buff. They're still wearing it, but I don't think they'll get anything more off the back end of it. A 10k gold lead to the side of Weaver. Tibbs about to grow it if Paragon steps up.
I can't sit here and confidently say that has now swung it back into Weaver's favor. Like, I just can't. I cannot sit here and say that is the breaking point, right? You got the mid inhibitor and everything like that. We've literally seen Weaver with Infernal Soul, and they still can't. Like, I can't. However, it is better, right? That section fight is something that we have not seen Columbia fall into in quite some time. The scatter, the almost, I want to say frenzy that they were whipped up into, the panic that was in their eyes is something that we haven't seen in quite some time. So this time around, Weaver now splitting 3 into the bot side with a 1-1 in the mid and top side. A little bit different as Tibbs throws Everfrost just for a show of dominance.
Yeah, just fireworks. Orbital, you might not be willing to say it. I will. The game is firmly swung in Weaver's favor. So that's it. I'm not precluding the fact that Weaver can swing us right round back to the other side as well. But I do think that they're playing this one much, much better. Yes, it's the occasional mess up from time to time, but this comp has a lot more leniency, and more importantly, Columbia don't have the engage they need. They've got one engage tool, and that's just Vondo. No one else is really able to follow up, and this threat from Zadox, anytime anybody steps up, like right here.
And it's, I think it's their appropriate. Oh, no, Jexor. No, Jexor. You cannot die right here. That would have been a mistake of mistakes right there. They're going to try and snipe it out. Is it still there? It does, but no, the Fear Beyond Death is gone. So Jexor is allowed to live, and that allows pressure on the spot side.
Benji doing a great job wave clearing so far, so no significant chip damage onto this turret. It barely took anything. Columbia will be fine. But you're seeing Orbital. The reason why I say that Weaver has so much space on this push, and because of the gold lead they have as well, they're not feeling like they're on a timer. They probably will have enough time to actually take Soul before they start feeling pressured. And for Columbia, they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink, and it still takes a couple of mistakes from Weaver to really stop that push from coming through.
And the mistakes aren't like, hey, we overstepped by like a millimeter or anything. It's literally, hey, Jexorus has to step up and be willing to take a bad fight, or Sendy steps up and just can't really get the kill early before getting out. These are mistakes that you're banking on that just shouldn't happen in a reasonable world. That sounds weird, but I think that's what it is, right? Because we even saw on the top side, Jexorus was literally under tower, taking tower shots at about 25 to 30%, and they still couldn't capitalize. So for Columbia College, you're waiting out, you're farming up, you're getting to that level 16. That's fine. We need to see those moments of brilliance come out.
I don't know who I'm looking at for that moment of brilliance. Oh, onto Paragon again.
Oh, Zadox said it's time, and it looks like it's going to be done. Keeping verdicts with, and that's a double knockup into the slam dunk. It is GG, double kill for Jexorus. Now it is secure. Weavers say it's game.
I thought, honestly, that Pengu would be able to disengage. I don't know what happened to that Keeper's Verdict. Or if it had knocked up Zadox, they were fine, but they didn't. And now they can't hold on to this. Benji, half health. They're holding for 30 seconds, but those turrets are going down way faster than 30 seconds.
There is not a moment to lose. Another knock up on the back, and Arctic Mist says, please let me have this. They are a little bit low, but the chase is just too good. Weaver put themselves on series point in one of the more dominating games of the series.
How did we get to that state, Orbital? Like, I'm just thinking back to the beginning of that game, and Colombia walked away with kills, with a huge advantage in the bot lane. Even throughout the laning phase, Paragon had the edge. Where did it all go so wrong for Colombia, and how did Zadok suddenly become legendary?
There's a moment where we just have to agree that things went awry in the draft phase, I think. It started with that top side. We mentioned that the Urgot didn't feel as comfortable as usual. You didn't really have that late game banking power that we had in previous games. And then Zadox, right, that lights out caused way more confusion than we thought it would, right? The respect ban in game 2 became a full-on threat in game 3. I'm terrified. Now, my question to you, RMC, which looked better, the Graves or that Nocturne, right? Both of them are now very viable threats for carries.
Gonna be honest, I still think the Graves, pardon me, looked better. I think the Nocturne could have been shut down with a bit more coordination. If anything, I think the Urgot pick actually really backfired in that particular case. And the fact that Pengu didn't respect what a Nocturne can do in that 1v1. You didn't pick the Poppy for the 1v1. You picked the Poppy for the ganking, for the utility. And unfortunately, because Pengu was engaged and when got invaded on, Pengu kind of tried to fight it out instead of just completely basing and waiting for her lanes to back out. I think that's where Silent Lullaby or Zadox really started to get that snowball with the Nocturne going. And even later on as well, we saw that Colombia didn't always group up, and Paragon often got caught on his own, unfortunately. And with the Ezreal, the bigger compounding problem too is that when Ezreal arcane shifts away from the Nocturne, he actually arcane shifts away from any backup, from any sort of help that can come through. So if anything, I think that Urgot pick, if you're going to pick it again, I'm not going to say it's a bad pick, but you need to play to your strengths, and Pengu needs to go up there if there is an Urgot, if that is your early winning lane.
Give a little bit of help where your strengths are, and don't neglect. For right now, though, it is Weber one step away from completing their revenge tour. Just one more game, and the sweep will be complete. Right now, we are going to a quick break. Give the players a little bit of break. Give our voices a break, because that was too hype. Please don't go anywhere. The ECAC Grand Finals will continue here on Esports U in just a bit. Welcome back, everyone. What could we ask of more of than absolute carnage around the Rift in games 1 and 2 and now 3? We have seen the early game go Weber's way in a consistent fashion, and I say that because now we have evidence. This is now the third time in a row Weber have gotten so much gold, at least a 4K lead in the early game, and Columbia College have not been able to respond.
Yeah, and that's with that level 1 orbital. I know it's not like a broken recorder at this point, but I just don't understand how Columbia lost control from that level 1 where their weak side won. The top side kind of just fell apart, and going into game 4 orbital, Weber, their game plan has been the same since game 1. Get the Maori, get the Matrox, and get Zadox on a carry, and it's been working. And so going into this game, if Columbia lose one more game, they're out. Do they change their bans? Do they just throw everything in the kitchen sink at Zadox?
Maybe. At the same time, I would go a completely different way because I feel like the draft would be hilariously bad. Throw everything in the kitchen sink at Tibbs, right? Get Tibbs off the Ari, have a lot of fun with that one. Now, it's just, there are so many little pieces that we have to watch for, and one of those that we did discuss is the fact that we are not going to see Urgot, right? As much as Arctic Myth may or may not have called for it, we can't see that again, at least in this situation, because Columbia College are not willing to allow that amount of control up to the top side. They're not willing to allow Pengu to stray from that bot side.
Yeah, and you know what? That's fine. That's fair. Right? We know Arctic Myth is a weak side beast. So give him those weak sides that he's been playing pretty much all split long. Give him that Ornn again. I don't think Weber is going to ban it. His Cho'Gath has been taken off the table the entire series, so that's not an option. You know, Cassante, if you need something tanky that will survive the laning phase. And go back to what's worked, because Columbia, up to last game, honestly has been incredibly competitive. Games 1 and 2 were close. They won game 2. So go back to what worked for you in game 2. Pick the skilling and pick, you know, something that Paragon can continue popping off on, and maybe ban the Nocturne, because I don't know many AD carries who can really deal with that level of dive.
There is one that has not even seen a ban, I think, throughout a majority share of this tournament, and maybe we get to see it here. For right now, though, again, Columbia back on the blue side saying, hey, we want that ability to get that power pick, and it's still going to be that Graves. Again, you cannot allow that through. And this is where I really like talking about a lot of these games, right? The book that is literally written with upwards of possibly 5 chapters, it changes. There are some tones where from chapter 1 to chapter 4, it's all different. The characters have died off, or hey, you know, like a whole brand new set of adventurers come in. At this current moment, the biggest takeaway from chapter 2 is Graves is nasty. Do not let the one through. Now, do you throw that Nocturne? Let's see if it comes out in 2 or 3, because Weber were more than willing to grab it in the first round of picks.
Now, Orbital, bans or not, I don't think the bans will change that much. Maybe the Nocturne ban comes from Columbia, but Columbia has a deep champion pool, and they did not change as much as I expected from game 1. Even after game 1, you heard me say I expect to see big changes in draft. Columbia hasn't strayed that much. Weber doesn't have the room to do so and doesn't have the need to do so. So coming to this game 4, I kind of want to see Columbia just throw out the playbook. Don't maybe pick that Syndra that we've been seeing time after time. You know, pick something a little bit crazier, you know, something that gives Benjamex a little bit more control.
You know, take away that static field that has been that mid lane for forever and shift it to dynamic. However, the most dynamic is the fact that we see a J4 ban on Weaver's side saying, no, at this point we have identified it's okay. Let's go ahead and take that one away. Now, Pengu has their pick of the litter. What exactly do they want to go for a power pick? Still not the Nocturne, by the way. Still not the Nocturne. That is going to be the big shift. The Ziggs hover and full ban away.
Okay, so this gets interesting because you didn't ban the Nocturne. If Weber wants Nocturne, they might have to ban Rel. If they ban Rel, they open up Cho'Gath. And I'm wondering how confident Columbia is in Arctic Myths. If the Rel gets banned, do they first pick a Cho'Gath, assuming it'll run into the Aatrox? Because I think Weber's been banning it because the matchup's not great for the Aatrox.
I would 100%. I mean, at this point, you have to throw everything at the wall and it's open, right? But it feels like a bait. I think that's the other side of it. For Columbia, it feels like a bait, and Weber for sure knew this pick was going to come out. They have to have a response. Now, granted, if the Cho'Gath is locked in, Zadox will also have a very different setup here. I think Zadox will have a much more clear line of sight So let's see what happens here. It is locked in. It's understandable. You still need to grab that Ahri. Tibbs needs that comfort in the mid lane for better or for worse.
Okay, and now if the Cho'Gath gets locked in, is Jexor gonna change it up a little bit? Because the Aatrox matchup isn't super favorable necessarily, but now that you know it's a Cho'Gath, you could actually just counterpick it and absolutely punish it, right? Like could that be a trap for them? Or do they just pick the Nocturne here, hold the top lane counter until when they see more to come through?
I think you can leave the Nocturne to R3, right? Like, you can actually fall back a little bit further because you don't want to allow that that B2, B3. And it is going to be that challenge. It is going to be that hover of the Aatrox, and they're willing to take that chance because I think you're not leaning onto Jexor as much as you are on Zadox. The comfort of the matchup with the Aatrox is more there to set up. We talked about it, right? There are certain players on Weaver's side that feel like they are just getting ready to support their teammates. But this is the other side. We saw it in game 2 that was banned away. It is going to be that Taliyah to allow for the early roams.
I honestly forgot about the Taliyah, but it's actually Benji's most played champion. And especially into the Ahri, right? It's a counter to Ahri. Using the minefield, Ahri isn't free to kind of hop around. You get the poke to be able to poke them out. Colombia, it feels like they're defaulting a little bit back towards comfort picks. And as I say that, okay, Poppy is not exactly what I call a comfort pick for Pengu. I mean, he does play it. I was thinking more like his Kayn or Viego, his more aggressive picks to come through, especially when you've got AP solo laners on either side.
I'd be really scared to see a Kha'Zix come out here. Like, I almost feel like that might be a lean into, just because you don't want to take that Nocturne into the likes of all this. But I'm curious. I mean, have fun with it if you do, but man, would that be a big shakeup because you're still pining for that? Because Zadox needs a carry. At this point, it's understood Zadox is not going to go tank, and you do hover and lock in that Nocturne. So even in the face of a Taliyah, of a Poppy, and a Cho'Gath, you have opted to take what won you that game 3.
I'm going to be honest, even last game against the Poppy Syndra, I didn't think the Nocturne was going to work. But if it worked against that, I think you can be comfortable enough to take it into Taliyah Poppy. It's a very, very similar style that you have to play around as that Nocturne. So you do it once, you can do it again. Now, Orbital, you're mentioning that there is one AD carry who can survive a Nocturne. Would you like to talk about that? Because I would expect to see it banned by Weaver.
There is exactly one that I think can get away from a lot of stuff, and it pairs very nicely with Rakan, which we have seen, I believe, St. Daniel play to a very exceptional pace. Here's the problem. Weaver could just as easily take it away, right? That's the side of it that I'm very curious about, especially with the Varus ban coming out here. So it wouldn't really synergize with the composition. I do want to point that out. With Weaver's side, it's okay. It's not great because you look at the other side, it's like there's enough rundown potential from Colombia's side. But that's what I'm feared here. So Colombia are like, do we actually give way to this? Do we want to leave the Xayah up? Either way, I think Rakan's going to go in one side's favor. So where does it go? Colombia has such a difficult time here because the Xayah is way too real a threat.
I think Sendy just picks the Xayah here. Because traditionally the answer to Xayah is you outrange the Xayah. So you're looking at things like Jinx, like potentially an Ezreal. Well, guess what they can't deal with? Nocturne. So I would love to see Xayah being picked up from Weaver to deny those options completely away from Colombia. It'll do well into the Taliyah as well. It'll do well into Cho'Gath. Instead, Sendy going to the Ezreal instead that we saw back in game 1. Sendy's Ezreal was good. Don't get me wrong. And will outrange Xayah. So I guess they feel like, okay, we're threatening your Xayah. We think we can win the 2v2 hard enough that it doesn't matter if you get the 180k who doesn't care about Nocturne.
I think you have to, though, right? Like, this is the other side of it. You have... Okay, so this is very, very confidence-based. I almost want to say borderline egoist, right? You look at Weaver and you say, you have picked an exact comp that would smash any ADC but the Xayah. You know that fact, and you knew it was going to come out here. You instead opt for a little bit of chase potential. Like, this is straight up out of Blue Lock's book, right? Like, ego on them. Do whatever you want to. Yeah. And the Renata Glass to follow, I mean, this is a shift and a half from what we've seen in previous games.
Yeah, so Renata Glass to me makes a lot of sense, Orbital. It's perfect because Colombia have one source of engage, and that is Nautilus. Beyond that, they are immensely going to struggle. You can maybe use Weaver's wall with the sort of right angles to make plays happen. but it's very conditional, and there's a very real chance the fight's over before Weaver's wall either completes or Talia gets shafted in exchange for it. There's also a lot of mobility on the side of Weaver, where they can, most of them, hop over that wall. So I like the Renata as a response to what Colombia have drafted. But Weaver, they've thrown out a gauntlet. They've gone with that Ari. They've gone with that Aatrox again. And this time, I think I really like what Colombia have drafted in those two lanes. It's really just the bot lane I'm concerned about for Colombia.
I'm just crying on the inside. Like, this is... It feels crazy because now I don't know where to look, right? So much has shifted from Game 3 because I wanted to look at the top lane. I wanted to watch Arctic Mist be this crazy Jogath, which I'm sure we'll see in the late game if it reaches like 35 minutes. But now we get to watch this bot lane explode into absolute chaos if things go down. And then we even get to watch Benji, like the roam... Everywhere seems like Columbia College said games 1, 2, and 3, we've struggled in this early game. How do we get around this? Well, we literally change up our whole playbook. And there is something to be said about teams willing to shake the playbook as hard as they can and pull out action plan Z. There is a confidence factor in that mode as well to throw what you have practiced for ages and to send it into the stratosphere. Columbia College have one single chance to bring this back. Weber, they smell victory. If they beat this very different comp, they will be your champions of the ECAC Elite Division.
And that's why I am so excited that Arctic Myths got his most played champion, that Benji got his most played champion. And I'm also excited that Weber knew it was coming. They were banning this. You knew it was coming in. And they went, we don't care. We have momentum on our side. Our Ari, our Aatrox has been rock solid this entire series, and we don't believe you can answer it. Not even now. Not even your best champions. And normally I'd say, hey, if Weber wins this, imagine the psychological damage. But who cares about the psychological damage, because if they win, they just won the grand finals.
It's time, RMC. It is time to see if Columbia College are able to do it. The Cougars are bearing their fangs for what could be the last game of the night. It is scary to think about. A lot is on the line, and it goes back to what we talked about. Can Columbia College get a decent early game for once this series?
And for that, Orbital, I am not looking at the jungle for a change, because we saw this Poppy Nocturne matchup. You don't pick the Poppy to fight directly against the Nocturne. You're actually looking at it to help your lanes, and your lanes in exchange will help you pressure that Nocturne. So, for Columbia, I'm looking at their solo lanes right now. I'm looking at Cho'Gath. I'm looking at Talia. If Arctic Myths and Benji can't win out their lanes, this is going to be a very rough game for the side of Columbia. And for Weber, well, you know what? I'm going to look at their solo lanes too, because that has been the bedrock of their success so far.
It really has. It's just like, hey, we're going to go ahead and keep ourselves in a good spot. We're not going to worry too much, and we're going to play smart. A little bit of a shift as well. Zadok's running with that red smite. I love it. It's silly. It's annoying. It's frustrating. Vondo, though, playing in a nasty spot. And I want to give a shout out to both Vondo and St. Daniel. These two have played an immaculate time. Like, the supports sometimes don't get a whole lot of love, but we've seen St. Daniel literally front and center in a lot of these fights. Vondo has done great jobs in trying to thread the needle, you know, getting a lot of those free fire opportunities. This is going to be a challenge, this game, because if you hook the wrong champion, you set yourselves up for failure, because you know, as soon as you go in after level 6, things are looking dicey. Uh-oh.
If the solo lanes don't go the way of Columbia, Vondo's responsibility goes up even more, because he is the primary and so engaged for the side of Columbia. Like we talked about, Weaver's Wall, not a reliable engage. So, pressures on Vondo. Last game, Vondo wasn't quite able to find the impact he wanted on this Nautilus, and this game, hopefully, the depth charges will find a lot more knockouts.
I mean, more so than that, you're hoping for a lot of extra, but that's going to be another knockup. Arctic Mist getting a very nice top lane setup, and this is actually the first time that we're seeing a major shift in the top lane health bars. And the difference is Pengu is actually giving a lot of respect, invading in, but realizes there's a gang. No tether, though. That's not going to be the hold, so Arctic Mist gets out. And keep in mind, the further that they chase, the more problematic it becomes. Another knockup can come in, and Pengu is ready to fight. Flash is ready for Jexor if they so wish. A jump away, but no pin against against the wall. Zadox has to get away. Another knockup. Challenges though, and you're gonna flash away. It looks like they're gonna be safe. Jexor is ready to do the same, and it looks like they all survive. Good dash away from a final Vorpal likes to come out. But Arctic miss, and Pengu showing why it's strong. And Benji joining in. Zadox doesn't have anything. Another great spell shield keeps him safe, but I think Jexor is more than dead. This wave is large enough for a minute and a half, I swear. Jexor, how much CC? How much can you hold? TP gonna try, but Jexor's running away. I'm not sure if this is actually gonna be good. Tibbs has no mana. There is nothing available. You're just gonna die. Tibbs taking quite low. Jexor's, I mean, just really, who's gonna get the kill at this point? There we go. Final give. It is Pengu to get first blood.
I don't think they wanted to give it to Pengu Orbital. I thought they wanted to give it to Arctic Myths for an even more a harsher bully lane in this top side. And let's talk about Tibbs for a second too, because Tibbs almost died, as you mentioned, off on the side, TPing into that. So Weber, that was a really rough one for them. And Colombia, they played it nice, they played it slow, methodical, and that is Colombia's strengths. And you know what? I had questions about Jexor opting into this matchup, and you can start to see why when you see how quickly Arctic Myths bullied him out.
I just want to point out that's also one of the first proactive moves that they made, and a second one down on the bot side. Another feather and a half would be enough, but no draw is there. Paragon wanting to dive, but level 4 is hit, so Sendy is safe. But this is Columbia College. We talked about the fact that they need to shape up their early game. It feels a lot better now, and they're actually getting advantages.
Yeah, a lot more comfortable with their champions. Now, of course, the real fun Orbital is going to start when we start seeing level 6s hit, and not just by the junglers this time, because Benji also has a semi-global, and with the solo lane XP that Benji is getting, and the fact that junglers were delayed by that whole top rigmarole happening up there, Benji's going to hit 6 first, and I want to see if Benji is going to accelerate the pace of the game with the Weaver's Wall. Try and get some ganks off as well. Maybe go up top and put Jexor further into the hole, or down bot, and maybe you can't find Sendy. He's very mobile, but maybe you can find St. Daniels instead.
I do want to correct one thing. I don't think Benji actually got that much out of it, right? You see the level 6 already hit by Tibbs, and that's the fact that Benji actually arrived late, didn't get an assist gold, and all the minions were actually pushed out on that top side tower. So Benji didn't actually earn as much. Yeah, you are level 6, but it's still matched. So that's the big thing, right? Keeping eyes on that factor. We are going to see St. Daniel understand, hey, we can't really step up as far as we wish. But as you said, level 6 hit in appropriate time. Let's see what happens here. Vondo clearing out what feels like a plethora of wards in that single bush.
Oh, Mondo is so happy right now. It's like a birthday present. You walk into the bush, surprise, there's a whole bunch of gold in here. Great priority, making sure you take the invisible ward first, the yellow ward out, before you clear anything out. And Orbital, yes, Tibbs was a little bit ahead in terms of experience, but I am going to say it's not equal, because Tibbs can't run across half the map. Benji can. And Tibbs right now, out of mana, actually has to go back to base. Will not be able to contest this dragon either. And Zadox is still racing towards that level 6, quite far behind the solo laners.
I'm just excited for the one thing that we are going to have, at least once this game, I think, which is Benji using that Weaver's Wall and Zadox like chasing along the way. It just looks like a train, right? Like, whee! Fun tether along the way. It's going to get silly. Right now, though, Arctic Miss, realizing things are a little bit messy. This hard wave pull is going to freeze it, and you don't want to leave in that sense, so Jexor is essentially trying to bait out, but level 6 by Arctic, that's going to be a sword and an arm. We knew this was going to happen. And Zadox realizes things are not looking good. You're not going to get this kill. You need to clash the wave. What a moment for Arctic.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Weaver, that just shows, I think, that Jexor hasn't played this matchup before. Doesn't know how much burst damage a Cho'Gath can put out. The moment you got hit by that knockup, you were dead. You either flash or you're done. And Arctic flashed first into the mid lane. Pengu looking for Tibbs.
I think you have enough. A flash forward and a flash behind. Good charm out. Tibbs surviving once again. But you did it, right? Pengu got that flash and you're more than happy.
Yeah, perfectly timed as well to make sure that Tibbs didn't get caught. But the flash is burnt. Spirit Rush is still available, so that's still a super, super hard lane to gank for the side of Colombia. And that's why I wasn't calling for pressure in the mid lane. I don't expect Benji to beat the Ahri. They're just making her ability to rush around and restricting her mobility in team fights. And that's why I'm still calling for Benji to roam out to the side lanes. Level 7 Orbital. I know you don't like Paranoia being held after 6. I'm going to apply that to Weaver's Wall. Whenever you're going to get the roam out.
All right, so it's already level 7. Where do you think it's supposed to go? Where do you want to see it used? And at what level is it just unacceptable to not use it?
I think level 9, I'm going to cut mid lane a bit more slack because you have to match push from the other side. And I think just to whichever side lane is more advantageous. Like right now, don't use it top necessarily. There's no point, right? You took the Herald, Arctic Myth is already dominating. It's not like Jaxor is in a particularly gankable position. But you look down bot, and look how far out Sendi and St. Daniels are. If Benji had lane pressure right now, I'd call for a bot side build.
Oh, the double flash over the wall, though. This is a level 6 that we wanted. A kill gifted to Zadox. Haha. I win out. Zadox does it on the rip.
Benji, you have failed me. Zadox with the immediate paranoia as well at 6. Really solid chase down to be able to punish onto Benji. And for Benji, this mid lane's only going to get tougher if you try and stay in it. Because Yara Talia, you're not the most mobile of mid laners. And this is a repeat gank they can pull onto you. Benji wasn't even that far up in lane when it happened.
It was midway in the wave, and honestly, I think what's funny is Zadox, I think, took like 2 or 3 Raptors, hit level 6, and immediately called the trigger because they had to roam back. Now it's going to be a fight in, though. This is the opportunity. Good charm. A punch back, though, and the shift is going to be enough. Tibbs is going to fall. Another shit out.
Shot! No shot!
No! Okay. Benji able to finish it, but my God, we both were like, man, Tibbs has lived one too many times for our liking.
I know, I feel like these two gangs over the are not the same. Like, Zano goes in, we're like, oh, this is done. And the Pengu goes in, and we're like, wait, this might not actually complete successfully. There's a lot more skill shots involved on the Columbia side, but this time, they make it work. And that's actually huge for Columbia, not just because it helps even things out, but because Benji came back to lane with the Dark Seal. So that's 2 nice stacks going into his pocket.
I appreciate that one. You know, the Dark Seal, we saw it, I think it was in game earlier in the day. Sorry, different thing. There were some change-ups with the Dark Seals into those very funny Magi Soul Stealers, but you know, if we see it here, that's great. I honestly don't know how much value Benji's actually going to get, because as much as you're having a lead, you're still very susceptible. Like, those stacks can go away very quickly. On the top side, though, Jaxor is trying to get a little bit of revenge, gets a good slam, but tower shots are going to be a problem. Remember, Arctic has played this matchup before, knows the limits of the champion, and right there, good damage out. Sendi, very nice buffer, but Death Charge comes out, and it's not going to come anything. Vondo uses that for pretty much nothing.
Unfortunately for Vondo, the rest of Weber had already collapsed into the bot lane. And there's nothing you can do. I think it was a solid idea from Vondo. If there wasn't backup, it would have resulted in a kill. And unfortunately, Benji didn't have the Weaver's Wall to come and back up that particular play. So that might set them behind for the Dragon. That depth charge will not be available when that Dragon spawns.
And I think Weaver know that, right? You can already see him trying to set up for this, trying to anticipate what could go down. Pengu walking and wandering their way in. And it's spotted out. Oh, but Tibbs shows, so gonna be a jump over the wall. And Tibbs really doesn't have easy access back towards this lane. Pengu playing a very nice frontliner this time around at 1-0-1. Like we said, a very stark difference to the earlier game.
Now, despite the fact that Columbia won't have that big ultimate, they will have teleport if they want to rotate Arctic Myths down for that. And that counts for double, because not only will that be an extra body for the fight, but the feast to try and secure the dragon is going to be massive. I don't think Weaver should be poking in too hard for this.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. That's gonna be the call of the Paranoia, and out goes one. And because of that, the Paranoia is actually stuffed. Very nice job, Arctic TPing in, which will give a little bit of time to Jaxor, and it's only a Cloud Drake. I think Weaver are like, okay, we got the TP, give Jaxor a bit more time. Oh my gosh.
It's Infernal. This one's gonna be fun. Paragon, ooh.
I mean, I think you still have the Feather Storm, you're okay, but look at the chunk damage. Sendi, you know, we did say this, this Xayah is a good pickup here. It's a safe one. Sendi has shown multiple times that you are quite strong with this poke game, so very well done.
Yeah, 100%. And unfortunately for the Xayah as well, you kind of do need a couple of items before you can really match.
Oh,
he
no.
forward.
That's going to be a problem, and Feather Storm goes up, saves your life. And
Did he
I
get the
think
kill?
you're almost going to get it.
Oh!
No! The bird isn't there. Paragon lives. We talked about players living on slivers, and Paragon does it as well.
Matt, if just one more auto, any source of damage, and Sendi would have been able to revive. Probably wouldn't have survived, considering Benji actually did roam out. But it was such a close run thing. And because Benji does go down, Tibbs is going to continue getting pressure on that mid lane. I like the fact, though, that Benji has stuck around to get plates so that you're not falling too far behind in gold, even if you are missing some XP.
It's a nice factor. It's a nice little cheat, but for right now, we are getting the response here. Benji has nothing, and I figure they're going to try and give it over to Sendy just to be an absolute pain.
Okay.
There it is. Gifted. Extra gold in, and Sendy's like, all right, time to push right back at you.
I thought Tibbs was just going to take that and start roaming elsewhere. Because, to be fair to Tibbs, Tibbs has been applying a lot of pressure in that mid lane and helping out elsewhere as well. Jaxor has flash, so should be able to get out of this one.
I mean, we say that, but, I mean, so many dashes can be there. Arctic just waiting, and that's going to be a silence. You can't flash. There we go, but the flash to follow. We know that's going to happen. At this point, it's no coincidence. It is practice.
Yeah, if you wanted to get out, you had to flash immediately to stop the CC chain from both the Cho'Gath and the Poppy. Just too little too late. It did at least get the flash out of Arctic Myths. I can't call that a win.
There's a moment, I think this actually happened to Arctic Myths themselves in the previous matchup, right? Not respecting that Zadok's fear, right? We saw it on the Urgot before where we were like, you need to flash earlier, you're not going to have a chance. This is one of those moments, and now in the mid lane, it's another problem. You know that there is not a single chance to work, and right back to what works. Weber shut down this bot laner.
No Featherstorm for Paragon. That got used up bot side, and the instant punish from Weaver. Paranoia's cooldown is shorter. That Featherstorm's a couple of minutes long. It is a very, very long one. So Weaver still dead even, neck and neck with Columbia, and this Herald might be the straw that breaks the camel's back and put Weaver back into the lead. I mean, Columbia's done a great job so far. This is the only game, I think, in the series where Columbia has had a lead throughout the early game.
That sounds so sad considering Columbia College are the first seed, right? Like, oh man, this is the first time they actually feel ahead, and it's like, it's the truth. And it is gone. Take a look. Gold now away from them, and Sendy and St. Daniel are like, bruh, really? We're going to deal with this one? It's well done. I'm watching that timer on Zadox like a hawk, about halfway done now. Expect them to come out with a little bit more fire.
Yeah, and you know what, Orbital? It's true that it feels kind of weird to say that Columbia College hasn't won in an early game, but let's not forget the mid to late is where they spike. And if they're coming out equal in the early game, that's a good sign to me for Columbia College. Their skilling is not bad by any means either. The big issue for them is going to be this Nocturne diving their squishies and Sendy's Ezreal as well, because we've seen how good his mechanics are. If he's not arcane shifting in, I'm still questioning who's going to deal with him on the side of Columbia College.
We'll have to keep eyes on that one, set up the expectations, and set up a little bit of promotion there, because if, you know, if Arctic is allowed to access the back lines, hey, something's a little bit different there as well. So right now, it is a stall for this dragon, this Infernal Dragon that Columbia College for the first time feel like they can get a handle on. If they do, that's a huge shutdown and a nice spin against the wall. Zadok's going to spell shield that hook. Weaver's wall is going to slow everyone down, and St. Daniel finds a choke point. That's a problem. They are going to fight amongst themselves, and Tibbs, I'm not sure you want to be there. Death Charge is used, doesn't really bring anything else out. So you are silenced and you're dead. True Shot Barrage goes in, Featherstorm goes up, and it's just death beyond death. You try and go to the back line and try and get the kill, but you don't. Paragon finally falls, but look at who's alive. Sendy and St. Daniel are ready for the cleanup. Chasing Q misses, but I think Vondo is going to be that payment. No, they live because the bot tower is still up. Honestly, Columbia College come out with more than I thought.
Tricky Vondo. I love the way he sidestepped and then used the anchor to close the distance, and that managed to shake off all the damage Sendy was looking to put down. So good for Columbia College, but not good enough, because early on Zadox and Tibbs bought so much time. That turret's gone.
No. Oh, okay. I thought Benji was going to expend that TP and just feel really bad. That's happened before, but, I mean, very close call.
Yeah, and that dragon, it's still on the table, Orbital, so the teams might still look to scrap for it. Arctic Myths walking down from the top lane right now, and Tibbs doesn't know.
Such a good pin, and I think Tibbs is gone. You do get that chase out, and you are safe, but, I mean, what did you really expend on the side of Columbia College? You are more than happy about the current scenario, and remember, the ults aren't back. Hostile Takeover isn't available. Neither is that Paranoia, so Columbia College, I think, get this one for free.
No depth charge, though, and also no Featherstorm. So a lot of big team ultimates are down. It's going to come down to a smite fight. Both junglers are present and watching.
One auto attack is there, and it's a one. Weaver get it, and now can they get the fight? But that's a double knockup. That might be enough. Jacksor going to the back line. Look at the slam. Look at the moves. The keeper's running, stops that one in his tracks. Charm lands though. That's what you want. They do have a massive shutdown on their back. A final cue forward as Sendy picks it up. Weaver get everything.
The moment I thought the fight was over, Orbital, was when Vondo found the hook onto Sendy. The moment I knew the fight was over was when Sendy didn't die. He got back out, he unleashed all the damage Weaver needed, and it comes out the same question I've been asking since draft. Who is going to kill Sendy on the side of Colombia? And if you don't, how do you expect to win these fights? Sendy hasn't even completed the Mirror Mana yet.
You know, I said, hey, I'm a little bit worried about this Ezreal pick. It feels like a little bit of overconfidence by the side of Weaver. It's showing up big. It is working out well. We need to see it continue. Don't get me wrong. We need to see the game close out before we actually seal anything, right? Fair. But it's working wonders, and I'm excited. And look at the damage. Shusha Barrage is also bringing a lot more than I thought in the early punch factor, right? They're going to call for a Paranoia?
Okay.
I think they were hunting for Paragon, but it just, I mean, it was an attempt, right?
Yeah, and that's okay. I like the idea that Weaver is trying to see what sticks. Even if it doesn't pan out, the idea was there, and it's a cooldown. It will come back up. They still secure the mid lane outer, and I think that's a win as far as Weaver's concerned. It gives them much more access to these objectives, which both teams have been scrapping so heavily over. For the side of Columbia College, though, they're not over by any means. These fights are still incredibly close, and with Azaya, there's always the chance you win that one massive team fight. As much as it's hard to hit the Ezreal, everybody else on Weaver's team wants to go in, and you still have a very good answer. I don't see Zadox becoming the monster he did last game against the likes of Azaya, with that Talia, with that Poppy.
Instead of the cleanup on aisle 9, it's the get a kill and let someone else clean up, right? You really are going to be looking to trade out your life, which even shows, I think, a little bit in the build path, right? Not going those lucidity boosts, going for the Merc Treads, and realizing that you need a little bit of that safety behind. So I'm interested to see exactly how far you're going to push. I think Spear Sojin is still coming in next, and then the GA afterwards. But Zadox still has opportunities. Level 11 on the ult means a very short cooldown timer, and Baron is on the table, nothing else on the map. At this point, you're just hunting for that extra kill to break open another lane.
Yeah, and we do have to mention, of course, Sendy, as well as Benji, actually have both completed the tier items, upgraded to the Mirror Mana, as well as the Sereth's Embrace as well. And I will say, I think the Mirror Mana is a little bit more impactful, especially if Weaver can actually set up the poke first. For Benji, I think if Benji gets caught and the Sereth's Embrace is what's keeping you alive, yeah, probably dead anyways.
Yeah, it's one of those feelings of I gotta play this perfectly. If not, nothing in the world is gonna save me. Like there's not really anything that you can sit there and be like, I'm good, yay, happy day. Nah, you're kind of screwed. Right now on the top side, there's another side of it, right? Arctic Mist has not been unleashed from the top side. We haven't been able to talk about it, but Jexor has done very good at adjusting for the early game, and so I give a lot of credit. Jexor being 1 in 3, not exactly the strongest, has started to figure out some of these lane opportunities, some of these knockups, some of these differences in damage output. So I can really appreciate it. I want to see a little bit more, though, as that's going to be a draw in good damage. But really, Arctic Mist is okay taking these chunks of damage in favor of stacking that Heartsteel. 234.
And let's not forget how both of these champions heal up. Jexor heals up by Gore Drinker, the Omnivat, by actually attacking things. Arctic Myths just needs to clear the wave, and he heals back up as well. So even if it looks like Jexor is winning these short trades, the waves just keep healing Arctic Myth up as we go along as well. And the Heartsteel, as you mentioned, is just going to keep stacking for Arctic Myth. So it will slowly tip, very, very slowly, but it will tip towards Arctic Myth as this game goes on. And it's not just the 1v1 either. Oh. Arctic Myth might become so tanky that you can't deal with him. Paragon's baiting.
Paragon's like, please go in, please go in. Dragon's up in just a few seconds, though. I don't know if you really want to force it. It's a good bait idea, but Zadox and Weaver are more concerned about this dragon, right? If you allow Columbia College to actually have that presence over you, you now would be able to force a funnel. Columbia College, the main thing is they're just waiting for Weaver to funnel into a bad spot. If you get soul point for Columbia College, you're good. Then you have an in for that force. Right now, though, we are trying to solve that one out. They want a little extra damage behind, and Sendy's just waiting with these little poke factors, right? Those cues, those mystic shots are being bully moments.
And now the flank has been set up by Tibbs. in that bush, and Columbia College have no clue. Paragon has to be careful about being the first one out.
Oh, and they showed. I
don't
think
know,
there
they
was
don't
enough room, and that's gonna be a charm
Oh,
miss.
now they know.
Tibbs doesn't find it, and now they gotta run. They gotta scatter the hills, but good two-shot barrage on everyone.
Okay.
And in goes Zadok into the back line, but Jexor is very far behind. Talia's down, but that's not the main point. A kill on the Poppy. They can scatter. The Cho'Gath has no speed. Are you kidding me? Weaver win one of the most one-sided fights we've seen all game.
And you look at how that started as well. Tibbs got caught out. And unfortunately for Columbia College, they just weren't able to run down the Ari. They tried, and that's when everything backfired. They were so focused on going forward that when they realized they're surrounded, they had already started taking damage. And Weaver, the epic part is they only lose Zadox. So that is a 1-for-5. That is a trade deal in the history of trade deals, and they're gonna lose out more. Bot side inner being taken, Baron being taken, and at the end of this, Weaver, they can just fall back to Dragon too.
What did we say at the beginning? Zadox will sacrifice their life to make the play happen. You see your mid laner in a bad spot, you play oh no. Oh no, Tibbs. Alright, you know what? It's a small price to pay. You knew that was going to happen. The problem is now this Dragon falls. So this is actually very, very problematic. The Dragon now going fully in Cougar's way mean they now get soul point diversion.
Yeah, so suddenly the icing on the cake is not so bueno for the side of Weaver. As you mentioned, Soul Point, Infernal Soul is something that could still turn things the way of Columbia. Weaver, they're poking their heads in a little bit, but they're just not in position to try and contest it. And now Columbia, they know exactly where Weaver will be in 5 minutes time.
That's what we were talking about, right? Once again, it's the opportunity of we are going to funnel you. And I'm really keeping eyes on Sendy once again. Sendy has played immaculately, but this damage scaling as soon as Arctic actually gets good positioning in the fight, who, by the way, is sitting on 5.1k HP. I mean, how much damage are you actually going to do, right, to this chunky, beefy boy? Zadox, though, saying, hey, I don't really have a worry. Pengu is going to try and run us down. Good little slow bit there. And it works in its own way. Top lane finally broken free, and Jexor is like, thank God I can leave.
And the Baron push continues. For now, it's a little bit split. St. Daniel's actually going back to base, so that means Sendy can't push up very, very much. And this sort of 1-3-1 that Weaver finds themselves in is not going to be very effective till they can actually properly set up. And even then, I'm a little bit concerned about this choice for the 1v1. I think there's an opportunity for Columbia to, say, sack one lane and try and punish the other two instead.
Oh, that's so cute, Tibbs. You want to fight the giant freaking gentleman. Don't do that. That's not a good thing to do. Tibbs so far has also been very, I want to say enjoyable to watch, right? 1-3-8 did not have exactly an amazing early game, but we still respected this Ahri that they have opted to go for, whether for better or for worse. And the fact that it hasn't been fully shut down is a thing in its own. So everyone on the side of Weaver playing up to snuff, and Columbia College now waiting it out. How much farm are they going to put into Paragon, who is sitting on 3 items flat, 2 in the side of Pengu, and Arctic Mist hoping to get another in the back pocket as well. 437. I'm going to keep track of that, by the way. That's going to spike to at least 1,000.
I wouldn't be surprised. And Orbital, how much gold you funnel into Paragon is less important than how are you going to use Paragon in these fights. Because once again, I'm interested to see the damage numbers at the end of it. I don't think Paragon has been able to actually sit down and pump out the damage you'd want to see from your AD carry. And again, that's coming down to Zadox pressuring them, Tibbs as well. And you talk about Tibbs, Orbital, I want to highlight to everyone again, Tibbs is effectively blinding this Ahri. And Columbia has given that Ahri every single time. Columbia's saying that's not the problem. But at the same time, Weaver and Tibbs is looking at the Syndra, at the Talia, and going, that's not the answer.
There is a point where it feels like, and again, there's so many champions in League, and there's only so much you can ban away, right? Like, if we're being honest, you have to pick the poison that you want to fight. And at this point, the poison of Ahri is not one that they really want to focus on. So I like it. I understand the reasoning, but it does feel bad that you're giving one of these lanes. Benji has not been allowed to really be that powerhouse, which we have seen Benji in the past, right? Like, we've seen Benjimax be able to be a hard carry. Not been allowed, been kind of neutered in this sense. So continuing onwards as we talk, 2 minutes left on this Dragon, and 220 on that Baron. it's a whole different game, right? As much as we're talking about everything that's going down, Weaver have had time to farm. We now get to see a change. Expect Columbia College to look at that Baron if they don't want to challenge for the Dragon, but Weaver is forced in only one direction.
Yeah, Weaver, they can put wards down on Baron, but they have to take this Dragon. Giving over Soul is not ideal for them. The poke from Talia can still do a lot of work, and I'm still looking at Arctic Myths actually with the Inferno. I know it's kind of weird to think about your tank as being the big threat with that, but the additional damage it gives you and the extended trades that we're seeing between Jexor and Arctic Myths can be an issue.
They're actually going to try and force this, or at least block off some of the terrain. So they force that mid lane tower open. It is now open for the push as well, and look at Jexor's. Jexor's is waiting off of the wings for a flank to happen again, and their best bet for Weaver is to split the fight up. How they do that, I don't know.
I don't see a great ward actually for Jexor to try and look for a flank position. I feel like you got to either TP into that one in the mid lane that we're seeing on screen right now, or you got to TP them into the bot lane. Neither of them are ideal, and I think Jexor is better served just walking in and leaving Tibbs to go in flank position right now.
Looks like that's actually what they have decided to do. Pengo actually eats a chunk, quarter of HP gone, and that may be the one to look for. Charm goes out, but it misses. Paragon is in a rough situation. Maybe the back way, good knockup, and then into the hostile takeover. It looks like it's done. That's going to be a very low Arctic miss, and that's going to be a problem. Zadox is still alive, still allowed to fight away, but Tibbs needs a little bit of help, sending out in the middle of the fight. That's going to be TP, and Jexor ready with the follow-up. In goes Death, and it looks like Weaver have done it. They've been able to get this fight out, because guess who's alive? It's Sendy with the save. This is Paragon on the run, and you are not going to live. It's Sendy to save the team fight. It is Sendy with the carry, and it's Weaver with the almost ace.
And Paragon had his dancing shoes on, dodged almost everything. The Captain Jack onto the charm, and it just wasn't enough. Also, I want to highlight this. Jexor got knocked out and TP'd right back into the fight.
Yep.
So I was like, why is Jexor TPing? Oh, he got knocked out by Pengu. So that's actually a really good thing for the side of Weaver, that it was Jexor who tanked up the Keeper's verdict and allowed everybody else to stay in it. And with that, Weaver secured Dragon. But it was a hard-fought one, Orbital. And still, this killing from Columbia comes through. Yeah, they died. They gave over kill gold. Yes, they gave over Dragon. But Weaver still can't push on that play, and it's only the second drink they get.
It's small steps, right? It is these small steps forward, and I mean, Tibbs is also now a threat. Last time around had to go for that Banshee's Veil. This time around is going with that hard-hitting Rabadon's Death Cap. Oh no, Pengu. Pengu, not like this, my friend. Weaver's wall is able to slow them down. Zadox is still alive, but they're pinned. This is a problem. Huge. Zadox is down. Paranoia goes in, but you have no follow-up behind. The hunter becomes a hunted, and it's Baron on the table.
Okay, Arctic Myths kind of tanking this one up. Should be able to zone them up. TP from to Tibbs. They're trying to stop. This is a 4v5, and I don't think Columbia can actually do Baron under these conditions.
Remember, the whole thing behind Columbia College is they're great at brute forcing, but only in one direction. And when you look at Weaver's composition, they can pull you apart in 7 different ways. Another tether is going to land. They're going to force this one. They don't really have a choice. Arctic is taken quite low. They're just going to try and beat this. I'm not sure they're going to like it. Jexor off on the wings. Arctic is taken quite low. A nice charm in the back line. And the hostile takeover is doing some work. Arctic is quite low. Jexor going to jump in. The slam works. The damage is real. They do it in a 4v5 situation. Weaver puts Zadox on their back, and they win the fight in Baron.
You know what, Columbia? You shouldn't have gone for the purple. Weaver is purple, Baron is purple, and they're apparently on the same team. And almost ace, because Mondo gets out, but Baron to Weaver, and that's going to give them the shove they need. That's the 10k gold point, the break point. And as much as we said, Columbia came back from game 1 from a 10k gold deficit. Orbital, they didn't win. So Columbia has not won from a 10k gold deficit yet in the series.
I hate the fact that this is happening. Zadox was down. Columbia College were like raid boss down. And then they lose 2 inhibitors. It's not the full end of the game right now, though. Columbia College have literally one last option. It is a singular chance to make this work. They will get one more routing opportunity. Dragon in 2.5 minutes will for sure ensure that Weaver are there. How many, though, is the question. Jexor can look at that bot lane, maybe if the waves are in a proper pressure, but at least Columbia College have a semblance of an idea.
And for Weaver, if they want the safe route, just 5-man this bot side. You've got supers pushing mid and top right now, and that bot lane inhibitor turret is living on a hope and a prayer. With a Baron buff, it's gonna go down. Colombia cannot defend it, and that's the tough part for Colombia, because you say they have one more fight. Where do they pick that fight? Orbital, if you don't fight under a turret, you're not gonna win it.
Zadox is going out for a little bit of fury. You can see Zadox literally doesn't do damage, by the way. Pengu is fine. Zadox is saying, I have backup. That's where I'm currently at. Red buff denied, granted, to most likely Sendy. If you give it to Sendy, all of a sudden those mystic shots that are hurting right now will become ever empowering. But this boss fight, as you said, is going to be the big shift. That's going to be a little bit of a catch. By the way, Saint Daniel has also been an immense reason why this. Oh my god, by the way, that is a level 17 true shot barrage.
Yeesh. I mean, Paragon has GA, so it's not the end of the world to take that ultimate, but it is a very, very low cooldown. It's already halfway back up. Weaver's wall comes down.
Denying a little bit of time, sending it over the wall, and that's enough. St. Daniel says, I'm the only one. TP coming in here. Charm goes out and lands! They got him! Are you kidding me? Sendy is legendary! No way does it end like this! The catch of catches to draw them out. And guess who's coming from the top side? Zadox says, maybe we can find it something else, but you don't have to force it. Remember, they have the inhibitors down. Weaver, they feel the win. They don't want to go to a game 5. They don't want to allow this dragon to be played for. They smell blood in the water. Arctic miss, the last one standing alive. It gets charmed. Look at the chunk, look at the damage. They are getting shredded. Hostile takeover does little to nothing, and they're dead. Columbia College are getting routed. It is GG. Weaver have done it. Weaver complete the revenge tourney. They will get the ace and the win. They are your ECAC Elite League of Legends champions.
First seed? No problem. Second seed, no problem. Weaver knew when to turn it on. The regular season was rough. Well, not really. They were third seed coming out of it, but it did not matter who they lost to then. They've won now, Orbital, and what a story. And when you think about the background of this team as well, the fact that, hey, they've got 2 top laners. They had to role swap last split. Sendy wasn't even their AD carry. I think Jexor was playing AD carry for them. They had to shuffle everything. I think their 5th man couldn't make it. And now, from that to winning ECAC, Orbital, what an amazing journey.
And I mean, we got to give props to Columbia College as well. They played one heck of a series. Games 1 and 2, to fight back from a 10K difference is crazy, but Weaver, we're just steps above. I have never seen, like, that is hyper-focus to another degree. Like, that is straight up, hey, listen, we have to play this perfectly. Keep in mind, Sendy very rarely had safety. The only one was like St. Daniel. Everyone else was like on the other side of the map. So well done from them. Well-deserved victory.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Columbia College. They had an epic season, and unfortunately they just fell short at the end here. But they gave us a series overall. Part of me really wishes we got to a game 5 because of how close everything was. So props to Columbia College. Now, bro, I believe we have an interview set up with Weaver College, with Weaver University, pardon me.
Yeah, and this is something that is very special, near and dear to my heart. Everyone, we get someone special coming in here, someone that I've talked to quite a bit in years past, and now gets to be on the desk as a champion. We are getting Zadox, the jungler for Weaver, to come in here and give us some insight. Please don't go anywhere. We'll go to a very short break and be right back. The tour is complete. Revenge reigns supreme, and this is your moment to know that, hey, listen, don't just hold it in your heart. Don't let it blow by. Get revenge. Go ahead and get dubs over people that have stepped you in the early stages. Weber have come back as the 3rd seed, taken down in order the 2nd to 1st seeds in this ECAC playoffs, the last match of this season. And now we get a couple words from the one, the only one to turn out the lights in multiple instances. It is Zadox to give us a little bit of insight and turn off the lights on the camera as well. Zadox, how you doing over there? How are you feeling as a champion?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. It's a pleasure, boys. It's a pleasure. It's been a while.
It has been. So for those of you who don't know, Orbital and myself have cast Zadox since like 2020 across a multitude of teams. And props to Zadox, almost every time we see him, he's winning. And tonight, he stayed winning. So Zadox, let's talk a little bit about Weber State University, because I was talking a little bit to Sendy, and I heard there was some roster issues that came through, and that's why Tibbs is playing mid lane. Daniel, I think, was like your former coach in a different team or something, and is playing support for y'all. So can you elaborate a little bit on what happened with the roster and how y'all ended up with 2 top laners who you'll have to kind of sort out throughout the season as well?
Yeah, so originally the roster started last year, and we just kind of had like just a couple roster issues with mid lane. Like we just didn't get a 5th player. And originally we had Sendy playing mid lane, and it went great. So we swapped them to AD carry this season, And actually the funny thing is we had just a player on campus that was playing on their JV roster, Jexor. And he was showing up in our practices. He actually played AD carry for us last season when Sendy was playing mid lane. And we found out that that was not the formula. And so we decided, hey, let's give him a chance on his main role. And he's been improving a lot. And he's actually been showing up in a lot of these games. I think he had a really good performance, specifically versus Topopotamus last week against Fisher. So, yeah, and that's kind of how everything worked out. Tibbs just well, in the kindest way, he's just a freak of nature. He's just so good at grinding. He's just so good at picking up stuff and just being like, he's always good at like picking up goofy stuff. He's just really good at picking up goofy stuff, and he like adapts to like the things that he excels at. And so it just kind of made sense that the person who can adapt the best is the one to fill that role, if that makes sense. And he found a couple champions to latch onto. He put in a lot of work at the beginning of the semester. Him and I were grinding a bunch of solo queue games, and we were winning and losing, but hey, we're winning now.
Fair enough. And speaking of goofy stuff, I'm a little bit disappointed we didn't see the Ornn or Poppy mid. I look back at some of the earlier games, like, oh, that looks exciting. Sendy was like, hey, anything could happen in draft, and nothing happened in draft. And speaking of draft, Aatrox Ari, you guys picked it literally every game this series. How do you guys feel when y'all kept getting that? And did y'all at any point feel like maybe you should change this up? Like even when you were getting counterpicked?
So for the Ari picks specifically, it just functions so well with my champion pool. To be honest, like Ari's one of those champions that really allows me to shine. Like I think I had a really good performance in this series, but like
for sure.
When you're added with an Ari, it just makes it that much easier. I mean, like let's be honest, like that Graves game, I'm just eating up all these kills off charms, right? Like it's one of those champions that like just allow me to succeed. And it also allows me to play carries because as you can see, most of the other junglers are playing engage and whatnot, and it allows me to play that carry style without actually, giving up too much for my team. So Tibbs he's our little band-aid fixer. As far as the Aatrox, and that's just something we've been practicing. We had other picks in mind, but they just kept drafting stuff that just made the Aatrox make perfect sense. And I mean, Jex was beasting on it, so
yeah,
it was one of those things. Ari was definitely I had an idea we were playing Ari every game. I didn't think we were gonna play Aatrox every game, I'll say.
Fair enough. I was actually surprised he didn't ban it or just like hard counter it. The last game, the Cho'Gath though, even that one you felt comfortable giving Jax like the Aatrox? Was it because I thought the matchup wasn't that favorable? I thought Cho was a bit of a soft counter.
So he actually played that matchup versus Topo. He played 2 games. One game went pretty well. One game went it went all right. So I mean, I think like it was one of those things where we kind of had experience on it, and really our focus was just to really set up a good blind top laner, because we were thinking that they might flex the Cho'Gath to bot lane with like a Senna,
Ooh.
So we wanted to make sure, like, if they decide, like, if they decided to flex that Cho'Gath bot and they pick up a Senna, that we have still a good blind top laner. And our plan was to actually just kill the Cho'Gath. And some things occurred, and we weren't allowed to punish it as hard as we'd like to. But yeah, I'd say the matchup. Again, it wasn't really for that specific counter pick. It was more so we weren't exactly sure where they were going to send the Cho'Gath, so we wanted to have something that was good for all situations. So.
Fair enough. Yeah. Huge props to Jackson, the confidence y'all have as well in this player. You said, kind of joined y'all, flexed 80 carry, flex top. And yeah, that you guys put so much faith and trust in him, and he repaid y'all. Didn't really have a bad lane whatsoever, even in that last one. But let's talk a little bit about you, Zadox, because you were a beast this series. You mentioned Graves in that game 1, and your Nocturne towards the end as well. For you, how was this series as a jungler? And how did you feel like the team performed with you in this series?
I would say, like, I mean, first of all, I was surprised. I don't know why teams are giving me Graves. Like, did we not watch any series this entire season?
They did it
Like, I don't
once.
know what we are doing. That has got to be a crime. Yeah. And I mean, and we saw how illegal it was game 1. I reminded them that I exist, and Graves was banned the other games. In terms of like how they play around it, I mean, Graves such a comfort pick. I have a lot of confidence on it. I think it's one of those picks where I talk a lot more as well. So I think it just kind of makes it easier to function with my teammates, because since I'm more confident, I'm speaking more, and that allows me to get feedback from my allies and whatnot. And I mean, I think they're playing around it perfect. They're constantly asking if I can go in or whatnot. I mean, for example, the Karma game, like I'm constantly getting comms whether or not Karma Shield is up. There's like I'm able just to basically do whatever I want, run the show, right? And so I mean, I thought team played really, really well. I think in terms of playing around jungle, I think everybody played phenomenally around jungle. Specifically, one of the things I think specifically Tibbs is really good at, and it's kind of funny. Like now, it's like the rest of the team's getting better at it. Is Tibbs used to always be a monster at like wasting an enemy jungler's time, like making it look like, oh yeah, you can kill me, and then waste a few minutes. And what happens is I get to eat all the enemy jungle camps, and it makes me look good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It makes me look like a monster. And so I think everybody played around jungle pretty well. I think really all of our mistakes were kind of unrelated to jungle. It was mostly just us playing ahead of tempo or just getting caught on sides. Which, I mean, those like getting caught on sides, those are mistakes that just kind of happen. And I think the us being too hasty on plays has been an issue we've been facing for a bit now. But it's been improving, and it's going to obviously keep slowly improving. So yeah, I mean, it felt great.
Okay, so the 3 takeaways I got from that was you never said no when you were engaging. You owe your team a dinner for the way they made it look really good, and
Yep.
nothing's ever your fault in jungle.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, did we
mean-
see the last 2 series? Did I do anything wrong? Let's be honest.
That's
I'm
fair.
playing.
And well, there is a moment that we have to talk about because, again, for the entire first 3 games, you were the main star. I mean, you saw the likes of Jexor and Tibbs shine a spotlight on you. And then in game 4, there was a very pivotal moment. The wall caught you out. You thought you had it. And I think it was around the Dragon Pit that you actually died early. And it was a 4v5 at the Baron. What were your thoughts as you watched your team kite that out and then win it without you? What was that? Was that like watching your fledgling birds like fly away from the nest? What was that about?
Oh, I mean, it was honestly I was just trying to bait for Sendy. Like, I knew they had it under control the whole time. No, of course. I'm not going to lie. When I died there, my heart sunk so hard. I alt-tabbed really quick, changed the song to change the mood. You know how it is? Like, I instantly, like, what I tried to do is I instantly made sure I was communicating with my team, like, what was happening. Like, I knew pretty early on, like, oh, I am screwed here. I tried to change the plan, like, hey, guys, you got to let me die. And then instantly, I try to change the comms, like play to what Sendy wants, and then Sendy's calling, like, how he's going to position, and he made the call to, poke them out and actually play for the fight. But yeah, definitely a heartbreaker. But it's one of those things where, like, I mean, I can't just tell it's not going to do anything good. Like, I'm definitely, I'd say, currently for like our team fighting and stuff like that, I'd say the 2 biggest voices are. Well, I guess there's like 3 big voices. It's usually me, Sendy, and Tibbs. And then so the way I like to word it is like I'm like the gas pedal, Sendy's like the brake pedal, and then Tibbs is just the nos. So that's kind of how our comms work. And yeah, there's no point in like complaining and getting beat up over. Like I have confidence in my teammates. Like I'm never in a situation where if I die, I'm like, oh no, like no, that I'm dead. We can't do this. I have confidence in my teammates, and they all performed really really well. I mean, Sendy was smurfing it in the last game. I mean, Sendy's been smurfing all season.
Legendary.
He KS's me a bit too
It's
much, but
crazy. It was a moment, and watching the entire thing, I have to ask because the squad has basically defied the odds, right? Crushing, taking down. I wouldn't say crush because I mean that Game 5 series was crazy in the semifinals, and now a Game 4 here. Where does the team go from here? Are you guys looking forward? Because I mean, you got the whole spring season ahead.
yeah, I mean, so our current plan is to obviously play in CLOL, because we're a
Mhm.
college team, and that'll start in spring. We're looking forward to playing in the Western Conference. We know who our enemies are. I think this time we have a lot more strengths. Like we're not. I think before we had we had very few weapons, and they were good weapons. But the thing is it was very obvious what those weapons are. But now we have weapons everywhere, and so it makes us unpredictable. So I mean, that's one big strength of our team. And on top of that, I actually, I'm pretty sure we plan on playing in like NACL OQs. I'm pretty sure.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. We're gonna be playing in that. Obviously, half the roster has history in that. This is gonna be Jex's first amateur tournament,
Oh man.
so no pressure.
Well, maybe we get the Ari and the Aatrox again. You say
Oh, yeah.
unpredictable, but I mean those were pretty predictable there, I think.
Oh yeah,
So
absolutely.
the final thoughts here, Zadox. You are now one of the champions, one of 5 champions to now reign over the ECAC. Any final words, any parting thoughts, or any final little bits of amped up talk that you'd like to send to some of the other teams heading into the offseason?
Oh, absolutely. First of all, I want to shout out some people. First of all, shout out to the team. We definitely had a lot of bumps in the road at early ECAC. I think we had a lot of trouble. We were lost a lot, but a lot of people were grinding a lot of solo queue. They were coming up with their own ideas. People weren't just following the herd. People were trying to actually add their input. I think a big thing is I think Jex really stood up to the challenge and he didn't just get walked over. A lot of people who, when they're new to a team and you have like a bunch of veterans, it's really easy just to stay silent and not have an opinion, which just kind of makes you useless, respectfully. And he didn't do that. So props to him. Props to Tyler, our coach. His draft plan, I think, especially for these last 2 series, was absolutely nasty. I think he's really good at making I think the biggest thing about him is making adjustments during the series. Because it's things where you hear it for the first time and you're like, no, that can't be good. And then he explains, you're like, wait, you're a genius. You know what I mean? And I mean, another good thing about Tyler is he doesn't. Again, he has his opinion. If you disagree with him, he will discuss it with you. And I think that's the biggest value you can have out of a teammate is someone who will have a discussion with you and not someone who's just gonna, get walked over. Shout out to my family. Shout out to all the Weber boys who are watching. Shout out to my friends. And shout out to you guys. It's been a pleasure seeing you guys cast me again. It's always a good time.
Yeah. It's a good time all the way around. Zadox, I know we can't see you right now, but I'm sure you are smiling ear to ear. Congratulations on your championship, and we will see you in the future. Again, congratulations.
Appreciate it. Jungle Death!
Going out there, they are the champions, and RMC, I couldn't ask for a better season. It may not have been a Game 5, but I swear the entire time I had no idea who was going to take the victory. This is our final series. We have now covered the entirety of the ECAC and then some. Any final words or final thoughts on your part?
You know what? Tonight, I guess it's all Zadox Orbital. The fact that it was that good is all him. So it's
That's
been
true.
a pleasure. ECAC has been wonderful. Thank all the teams who participated. And yeah, great play from everyone across the board. Thank you, viewers, as well, for tuning in. And I'd like to thank our production team behind the scenes as well. We actually had quite a big staff tonight. We had K-Tad coming in, Ebrom, and Professor Layton as well, all helping out tonight, as well as Colton, who isn't with us here tonight.
You know what? I don't care for that guy, Professor Layton. I just don't. But his curse did not work here. We didn't get a Game 5, or maybe we wanted to. I don't know. Either way, though, that is the end. That's true. I did too. Right now, the ECAC is concluded. However, there is more ESU action on Sunday. The Fighters Cup, an added freaking week. There's going to be more Valorant action on that day from us. here with the ECAC League of Legends side of things. My name is Orbital. With me has a random minion caster, and we wish you all a good night.